Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nemesis Gaming League where the grind continues. We are back. We made it. We're finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Day one of postseason. Let's get it going. We are in the play-ins for season number 9, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy Psychonatic in the booth here to spearhead this action straight into your eyeballs. And I am joined by Mr. Management himself, Malo, pound symbol, stay hype. How you doing, my boy?
I am doing fantastic. A big, long night of great matches coming up. We're starting in the lowest league to begin with, but it's going to be bangers all across the board, and I'm looking forward to getting started here.
I am as well. We are a little bit early, though. I don't know if we have a play-in bracket. I wasn't told that we do, so I'm assuming that we don't. Okay, we do have a play-in bracket. If we could get that thrown up on the screen right quick for these lovely people at home, you will see that we are in the Provisional League play-in tournament. We're in match number 1. We got the Mangoes versus Agility here tonight. Match number 2, which will be coming straight to you, I believe, next Wednesday. We got the Brawlers versus the Wolfpack. The winner of tonight, I believe, moves up and takes one of the playoff seeds, and then the loser goes to match 3 to go against the winner in between the Brawlers and the Wolfpack, if I'm not rustily forgetting how this whole thing works. Malo.
Yeah, the playoffs for provisional just slightly different, but I think it's just because of the number of teams in there. Because essentially you get all of the teams in the league, and right now this match coming up here, Agility and Mangoes. I think it's going to be a great match. I'm not quite sure who to take here, though. It's still a best of 5. Play-ins are best of 5. So for me, I don't remember who won earlier in the season, but that aside, I think Agility's got some speed with them, so I think they may win here 3-2.
I hear that, but I mean, personally, I think I got to go the other direction with it, Malo. I think Mangoes are looking hot. NJ111 underscore, dude. That dude is actually has high pop-off potential. And I got to say, Agility looks pretty good. They got Kronks. He's a solid player, OG here in the Nemesis League. But I don't know, Agility looks like they have kind of some shaky mental, to be honest with you, Malo. Seeing the way that they talk in gym chat and stuff like that. I don't know. Sometimes that's an indicator of trying to, overcompensate on the pitch. Sometimes it's not. We'll have to see here. Agility, they didn't have a great season. This is provisional, so everybody gets a shot at the postseason here. If they were in novice, I don't think that they would have made the cut, to be honest with you. But that's not to say that they're not a postseason team, because we've all seen it. If you've been watching Nemesis for a while, like me and Mal have, we've seen it before. These teams that look like they're not going to make it and then just skin by, and then they take the whole playoff down. They end up winning the whole thing. What was it, like season 6 or season 7 Venom with the final seed? And they took the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we're about to start this game here on the pitch and kick off going off. I still think Agility will have it. I mean, you mentioned an OG and Kronks, so always a good person to not bet against. So we'll see how the mental is for each of these teams going in.
We certainly will. As things start off here, not a lot going on. NJ with an opportunity at a look there off the backboard, but couldn't get a touch there. And for anybody new here, this is our lowest league, the Provisional League. It goes much higher. The skill level down here is generally in the diamond range, though I know there are some of the top players down here that have busted into champion and are going to be looking at a novice season if they choose to return in season 10. NJ with a great save there as Velocity Rain going to get a shot on net. Oh man, I'm going to have a terrible time with this guy's name. Calyptix?
Elliptics.
There it is. Calyptix with the shot on net, and a nice save there as Nerdstrafe putting a shot on target. NJ out of the corner, trying to get something set up for the Mangoes. Nobody there to take advantage. Is going to get cleared away by Agility. Rain off the sidewall up to Kronks. Kronks is there, but his shot going to go wide. Easily sent away by the Mangoes defense. The ball is up. NJ with the touch in the midfield, sending it all the way into Agility's corner. NJ going to miss that second touch. Nerd with a shot just a little bit high and wide there, going to bounce off of the post. Malo, Agility looking to be commanding a majority of the offense so far, outshooting Agility 3-1.
Yeah, and we talked about the mental game, and I don't see where the mental game's being affected on either side right now. They may have a little bit of the stream jitters, so they're playing a little cautiously, but I suspect as we go further into this game one and further in the series, we'll see some more team gameplay coming out.
I certainly hope so. We have seen a couple of pass plays come out from Agility in the midfield. However, they weren't able to turn it into any sort of opportunity. But I assume, given enough time, they're going to start to cook on that and become more and more dangerous as the series goes on. That ball gets pitched all the way across NJ. A little bit awkward, not able to beat Calyptics to the ball. Nerd Strafe with a shot in the mid. Gets batted away by Agility, put back into the Mangoes half. As Rain going to get a pinch out of the corner, but Nerd Strafe there to clear it off the backboard. As we enter the second half of this game here, we are still at a 0-0 in game one, best of 5. And I think, I don't know, Malo, I think you might be right. I think we're seeing a little bit of stream nerves here. Neither of these teams really wanting to commit offensively. Perhaps. Oh my goodness, is Kronk's going to make me eat my words and solo play all over the Mangoes.
What a catch there by Kronks, and then just taking it in for himself. No one there to really challenge him. I don't think they think that Kronks had that, so Kronks was just able to sneak that in just above the defenders there.
What a nice shot from Agility from Kronks there to get Agility up 1-0 here in game number 1. Under 2 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time for Mangoes to make a comeback. Will they be able to do it? Or can Agility shut down game number 1 here, put a lock on this Mangoes offense, and run the clock down? Kronks looking for another solo play, perhaps. Trying to get a shot there, but can't get it through the defense. Nerf Strafe staying patient. And one firer 12 coming out of the corner, trying to get it in front of the net. Velocity Rain almost putting his team in a very precarious situation, but Kronksy going to clear that one away. NJ trying to get in front of it. Kronksy with the dunk, but his shot going to go wide. One fire, popping it out in the middle. Oh, you know what? It's on fire, isn't it? Oh my goodness! What a play from the Mangoes. Pass play out in the midfield.
Yeah, On Fire just gets it out to Nerd, and Nerd just gets a nice little pinch, zooming that ball past the defense and tying this game up with about a minute left.
I gotta say, casting provisional is giving me provisional brain. I can't even read. I keep wanting to say one fire. It's On Fire. Oh, Nerd Stripe with a shot, catching the defense on Agility, lacking here. The double commit there in the corner.
Yeah, the double commit with in the corner, and then their third being over on the right side, about halfway up, I guess, after the kickoff there. Just an unfortunate kickoff, I guess you could say. And now Agility is struggling.
Unfortunate kickoff indeed, but more unfortunate, I would assume, communication there. As on a double commit, you're just leaving the net wide open, just like they did again. However, they did have one able to get back in time, so NJ couldn't get a good look at the net. Nerd almost getting the dunk through, but it bounces off of the backboard. Final 30 seconds here. Mango's up by 1, and they're in Agility's half. Can they turn this into another conversion? Kronksy looking for the clear, gets it past the midline, past one of the defenders, but can't do anything else with it. Kloptics hitting it out of the corner. Nerd Strafe gonna try to get the ball cleared out. Challenged by Velocity Rain, trying for the solo play, putting it up. Kronks there, but On Fire was as well. Maintains his position defensively, keeps that ball out of the net. The final second here. Can Agility keep it up? Possibly. No, it's
Oh.
going to drop. Mangoes are your winners of game number 1.
That was actually very close match there, and obviously, if you look at the shots, you would think that the Mangoes would be up more than just by 1 there because they had 7 shots to Agility's 3. So that was very surprising. But you could see the Mangoes starting to pick up the pace, really getting into their groove. And so if that's the case, going the rest of this series, I think Agility is going to have their hands full.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Though I do say Agility was looking good. They had opportunities, even though they weren't able to capitalize on a lot of them. You can see that they are trying to play together as a team. I'm not sure how much they were able to warm up with this. Maybe they were, only able to get a short warm up in, and they're having to use this first game as a sort of a polish off to their warm up. But we'll see if they're able to come out here in game number 2 on top, or will the Mangoes set themselves up for a game point position? Game number 2 getting us started here. Kronks looking for the back of the net there with a nice shot. Just going to be a bit too high. Bounces off of the crossbar. Nerdstrafe trying to get the double. Bounces into the defender instead. On fire, putting it off the backboard. Rain missing the touch there, but Kloptix is able to get that thing cleared out of dangerous territory for Agility. Now Kronks looking to try something offensively. Sends it down to Rain, but Rain can't get a good look on net from it. On fire has to 50 with Kloptix there in favor of Agility. Pops it up. NJ off the backboard, able to put a stop to the play. Nerdstrafe going to clear that ball across the midline. Kronksy off the sideboard. Puts it off to the middle. Kloptix is there with the shot on net. NJ barely can't get it out of save. Coming across, but it bounces off the post and in.
That was a good pass there by Kronks to get it out to Calyptix. Almost a good save. Just not enough oomph to get it out, and it just goes sideways right into the goal.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm as a more defensive player, I should say. I've had so many of those. Oh my goodness, on fire. Immediately returns fire. Now we got a tie ball game here.
Well, if he continues, he will be on fire. I will say that. The Mangoes answer right back, and now we're tied up with just a minute into this game.
And certainly looking like we might have a pretty good series on our hands here, as Agility has woken up from game number 1, and they are looking a lot tougher. I think the Mangoes might have a little bit of pressure on their hands here, and the ball gets popped up in Agility's half. Rain trying to send this one out. Nerd to keep it alive for the Mangoes. On fire and Rain both going to miss that ball, leaving Ninja in an awkward position, but he's there in the midfield. Makes a great play on the ball, taking it away from Kronksy. Popped up on fire, popping it up to Kloptix in front of the net. Nerd with a shot, but Kronksy get in front of that one, makes the save. NJ to keep this push alive for the Mangoes. NJ again, but he's going to send that one away to the corners. Turns on it still. Now is going to rotate out Kloptix, looking to clear this one away. On fire, trying to get possession away from him. On fire up the sidewall, off of the ceiling, up to NJ. NJ looking for another touch, has to 50 with Kloptix. Down to Nerdstrafe with the shot, but Rain making it back in time. Great rotations from him, but a little bit of a team bump there coming out. Some miscommunications might leave them in an awkward position, but Rain makes another great save. On fire sends this one down. We are almost halfway through game number 2 here, Malo. Much more eventful, I gotta say. I'm loving this so far. Both of these teams making great things happen, but nobody able to find the back of the net again. Oh my goodness. This Rain shot gonna bounce off of the post and go out.
Yeah, it's this what you said in the very beginning of the match of game 2 here. Maybe they didn't get a lot of warm-up time. With the early game time for this, a lot of people don't get enough time for after work or dinner or whatnot, so they may not get a lot of warm-up. So some people will use game 1 to kind of feel where the team is and stuff. And so that's kind of what I was seeing now that we're looking here at game two, the action is picked up, the defense is great, the offense is great. We're looking at it this time. We're a little over halfway, and agility has 7 shots. And at the end of the last game, that's where the Mangoes were.
Yeah, they have definitely picked it up in the offensive department, and they're looking a lot better. However, it is still a tie ball game. Less than a minute and 30 seconds. Is NJ just going to walk this one in? Agility with their pants down, I guess. I don't understand.
That was just an awkward situation for Calyptics there. Just wasn't able to get himself situated to be able to properly defend it, and NJ just snuck it right behind him.
Yeah, and that is one thing that you see a lot less of down here at this level. And that's, what I'm about to say. I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody. We all have our journey through this game and getting better at it. But at the provisional level, you see a lot of players lacking that game awareness, that understanding of, where they need to be in position in regards to the ball and the play and what's happening in front of them. Ooh. NJ with a nice shot there for Calyptics with a big save. But, Malo, right there, they could have, Calyptics, if he had just rotated and stopped the back post instead of going into net, that would have been an easy save for him. NJ just guided the ball directly behind him because he knew Calyptics was going to have to stop his momentum and change direction, and that's just going to be too hard of a ball for him to stop. But, that's just something, like I was saying, that comes with time. It's learning the game, and, everybody goes through it at some point or another.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the beauty of watching provisional players, in this bottom league, is watching their journey go through the game, because you will see huge improvements, typically by the end of the season, their first season, and then they'll improve for the next season and either go up to novice or be like top of provisional, depending where they're at, and so seeing this journey for these guys and gals for next season is going to be interesting, especially as we go into the next season, whenever that is. I think I'm not quite sure, to be honest, but 2-1, it was still a close game. Came back on the shot count for Mangoes, 6-8. So real close game here, Psycho. What was your take on how the teams played this time?
I thought it was really good. I thought game 2 was better than game 1. I for sure thought agility was going to bring that one home. But Mango's just turned it up right there at the end and was able to secure that second goal. And agility, they're in arguably the toughest spot that they can be in right now. They lose and they get swept by the Mangoes. I believe they go on to play on Saturday in the finals, if I'm remembering that correctly. If not, my bad. But, it's not a position I'd want to be in as a player. I'd want to be in the Mangoes position. And so the Mangoes just, they got time to chill. They can take that right there. Calyptics starting things off for agility, letting the Mangoes know, I should say, that agility's not done with this. They're looking for the reverse sweep. They're hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not going to go down. Really, both games so far have been real close. So it's not like they're getting swept or demolished. It's really close games. So they're showing that they're going to swing hard right here to start this game and continue it to hopefully begin that reverse sweep process.
Yeah, it's just going to boil down to, can they keep the lead away from Mangoes? They've had the lead before in the series, and every time it seems like they're just not able to close it out. Will they be able to do it here? Game number 3 in the Coliseum. Can they activate the gladiators within? Gladiators within? Or are Mangoes going to shut it down? We'll have to see. The first minute of gameplay in favor of agility. NJ going to send this one out. Kronks is there to stop it, puts it out in mid. Calyptics with the shot, it's going to go high and wide. On fire trying to get it out, but Velocity sends it across. Strafe popping it up and clearing it out of the Mangoes half. Strafe off the backboard. NJ with the shot opportunity, but it goes high. Bounces off of the crossbar. Kronks looking for something here with agility. A quick counterattack. Nerd Strife to take it away from him. Nerd going to clear that one across the midline. On fire. Trying to make a play. Kloptik's popping it up past him. NJ comes in to follow, but Rain in front of the net. Going to get the save. Kronk's putting the ball in a dangerous situation. On Fire was there, but he gets dunked immediately by Agility's defense. And Agility right now on their heels, but I think if they can get broke away, they should be able to possibly get another score on the Mangoes. They are staying very solid defensively, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can get a goal in almost an own goal there by Kronksy, if they can get another goal in to try and secure their lead up to 2-0, that would definitely help them. But right now, as we're seeing it, the Mangoes are saying that's not going to happen. We're going to try and force one in here.
And the Mangoes are quite aggressive right now. They're able to turn this one around. On Fire, looking for the forward lateral, looking for the pass up, redirect, but can't find the touch. Kronks with the shot past the last defender. NJ making it back in time, gets a save. NJ with on the double commit, but gets a pop over one of the defenders. NJ still with it, pops it up for the mid, looking for a teammate. He's going to go ahead and take it himself. Kronksy to take it away from him, putting a shot on, but Nerd Strafe back. Defensive brick wall, keeping this out of their net, and a little bit of a miscommunication causes a team bump, but they're able to get it together. The Mangoes now get control in the midfield. On Fire off the backboard, looking for the third to come in. Nerd Strafe is there, but can't get a good shot on net. On Fire with the 50 against Kronks. It's popped up into the Mangoes half. NJ taking it up the sidewall, dunks it off of Koloptik's attempt to take it away. Kronksy puts it into the Mangoes corner. Rain looking for a shot. Is 50 with Nerd Strafe. Kronksy finding an opportunity to light up the back of that net. And now Agility with a 2-point lead.
Yeah, there's that second goal that Agility needed there. And, it's provisional, so I'm not going to say that that's going to pretty much nail it because, provisional crazy things will happen. So I'm not going to say that, but that definitely helps them in securing this game 3. And we're going to see as they get another goal right there, just Calyptic's just sneaking it past everyone.
Right now, Agility has turned on their bangers and clanger mode or whatever, as Koloptik's going to send that one screaming. The defense didn't even expect that one to come through, but it does. Minute 30 seconds left on the clock, and now Mango's down by 3. Here in game number 3, Agility looking to force the game number 4. This On Fire is going to send this one into the midfield. On Fire going to rotate out NJ with a touch, but bumps his teammate. NJ has to stick with this ball, taking it up and over his net. A little bit awkward, but he gets another touch, gets it through Kronksy, and gets it past Koloptik's as well as this ball gets pinched back down to Agility's half. Ooh. And NJ going to take it around the world from one corner of Agility feel. I don't even know. Malo crazy.
So you're saying there's a chance for the Mangoes to complete the sweep because that's that type of momentum swing there with the minute left is sometimes all you need. That one goal right there is all you need. But Agility is definitely not going to go without a fight.
No, they're certainly not, though. That is a little life for the Mangoes. There's a little bit more as On Fire going to clean up that play. Now the Mangoes only down by 1 with 49 seconds.
Ooh, man, the Calyptic touch right there just missed, and that unfortunate there with everyone trying to rush back. You hate to see it, but Agility just needs to keep their act together, play out this, keep the ball away from Mangoes, and go to the next game so that way they can secure this victory and go to a game 4, possibly game 5.
Sounds like a good plan, but can they do it as the Mangoes once again enter Agility's defensive zone? NJ with a bump, but On Fire can't get a good touch through the defender. NJ there in the midfield sends it back into Agility's half. Out of the corner, he might have something here. No, the ball gets taken away.
Boy.
And Agility with all of the possession right now. NJ once again taking it away from in the midfield. The final seconds here as NJ tries desperately. Nerd Strafe with the shot. The final seconds on fire. Puts it out of the corner. Kronk's going to send that one out and down. Agility taking their first win of the series in game number 3.
Ooh. Oh man! If I was Agility there, I would be clinging on to my breath. I'd be grabbing some water, drinking something to keep myself energized and hydrated to continue this, because oh man, I'm sweating and I'm not even playing.
Yeah,
This is crazy. Nine shots for Agility, 7 shots for Mangoes, and don't count out the Agility yet.
Nope. Definitely don't. As we move into game number 4 in the Forbidden Temple, anything can happen here. Crazier things than Agility pushing a game 5 have happened here before. Will Agility be able to do that? Can they secure a victory here in game number 4 and push this series into a game number 5? The first series of Season 9 postseason. Game number 5, you would love to see it. Can they do it? Or will Mango shut the show down right here, right now? Kloptix gets it past one defender off the backboard, trying to find somebody mid. Kronks is there but can't get a good shot. Rain pushed up a little bit too far and gets caught awkward in the play as On Fire is going to send that one across the line. Velocity Rain back with it. He's a little bit awkward trying to get to it. He gets it under NJ. Good patience. Gets it past another to Kloptix in the mid. Only one to beat here, but can't get control of the ball as NJ is going to send a screamer to clear that one out of the Mangoes. A little bit of an unfortunate situation for Agility, but they regain. Kloptix with the most awkward squishy save I think I've ever seen in my life. No. And a pull shot coming out from Rain. What just happened?
Oh man! First off, that squishy clear was fantastic, and then Rain bumping Nerd right into that to get a goal. Oh man, there's a provisional moment right there. I think I'm not quite sure, but it's pretty close.
It is. I was just about to say I've never seen a more provisional moment in my entire life. It was gorgeous, and I wish every provisional game had moments like that in it. But you know, hey. I hope everybody is in the chat is spamming provisional moment right now, and if it's not, then shame on whoever runs this thing for not having that emote to spinning right now. 3 minutes and 47 seconds left. Agility with the first goal of game number 4 here, looking to secure a win if they can keep this going. As Kronk's in the corner gets dunked out by NJ. On Fire's up, but Velocity Rain gonna beat him out. And Nerd Strafe was back, gets an awkward touch on the ball. He's got to race back again. He misses the ball, gets faked out. But NJ is there to help him out. Kronksy going to miss that one, but Rain going to clear it out of the corner across the midline. Is Nerd Strafe going to pop this up, send it all the way back to Agility. Nerd Strafe there again, has to 50 with one of the defenders from Agility. On Fire out of the corner. NJ was there for the shot, but it gets blocked by somebody from Agility. This game did not give them credit for that save. Shame on you, Rocket League. Somebody just got saved, and it was amazing. NJ trying again, but Kloptix going to send it away. Velocity Rain with a big clear. Kloptix and Rain both up, and Kronk's missing. No. This touch, this could be dangerous, but Kloptix makes it back in time before the Mangoes can get an offense running. It's NJ! What a shot! That man just destroyed the net.
Oh man, that was perfect placement by NJ. Yeah, he just sent a screamer and nobody was ready to defend that. No squishy saves, no squishy clears coming in for that one from Provisional.
Nope, just raw, unadulterated bangers. Quite close to the top 90. As Kronk's gonna put this one corner. NJ again takes the lead for the Mangoes. Nice shot.
Oh man, that was a good little tap there by On Fire, and NJ was able to clear that out. Hopefully this doesn't affect Agility too much, because I know this 2 quick goals like that will definitely stir your mental up, and hopefully Agility can get past that and keep this a game. They're only down by 1.
Hopefully, I agree, because They still got half of this game left to play. Plenty of time to make something happen, especially with the way they've been playing this entire game and game number 3. They were doing fantastic. They just got to shake that shot off, or that second goal off, get things running again, and they'll be back in this game before they know it. But can they do it? Will the Mangoes secure the win of the night right here, right now? Ball's popped up in the mid-velocity rain. 50s with Nerd Strafe, but Strafe a little bit too awkward to continue following. Kloptic's there. 50s with NJ. The ball gets pinched back into Agility's half. On fire out of the corner. NJ's there. Oh my goodness, his shot gonna bounce off the post. That would have been a secure 2-point cushion for Mangoes, but they're not done as Nerd Strafe trying to set up another shot. Kloptic's going to clear this one away. NJ was back as that clear was on target. And a double commit coming out from the Mangoes there as Velocity sends this one a little bit too high. NJ going to clear it off the backboard. Kloptic sending it up. Nerd Strafe there. Clears it out. Kronks taking control in the mid. Doesn't get control. Velocity having to 50 in the mid. Kloptic's there. Sends it out. Strafe trying to send it away. Trying to get this ball cleared. The final minute now, Malo. And Agility doing everything that they can, but Mango's holding strong defensively.
Yeah, they are. They're coming with an onslaught right now. Agility is, and Mangoes are holding up on the defensive end. And oh man, I thought he was about to hit it towards his own goal. And I don't know what Agility needs to do here, because they tend to be doing everything right, other than maybe their rotations. Maybe they need to tighten up the rotations a little bit, get into a little bit better position. But oh my goodness,
what just happened?
Crossy came out of nowhere. I thought Rain actually hit that in, but no, Cronksy barely hits it right there and gets a ghost touch or something. Wow. And now we're tied up with 18 seconds left.
Yeah, it looked like two of the Mangoes were sitting in net, neither of them going for the ball. That's not what you want to do right there. You got to send at least one of those guys to attack that ball. They just let Agility just set that ball straight up and dunk that ball through. And now it looks like we're going to have an overtime. Oh, Cronksy barely missing the double right there. Would have secured the outright win for game number 4 in regulation, but he can't get it. And this could be dangerous. NJ is up, but can't get the touch. And that would have been the game ender right there. The series ender, I should say, as NJ with a good shot, but Kloptic's back, gets the save before getting destroyed. Nerd Strafe can't get the double. He was there, but his shot goes high. And Velocity gets dunked by NJ. Cronksy having to scramble back to get a defensive clear here, and almost sets up On Fire, but On Fire can't get a bead on the ball. NJ sends it all the way back down into Agility's half as Rain going to take this up the sidewall and try and follow it. Gets a second touch off the wall. Third touch, a little bit awkward, but just trying to get it through the defense. NJ with the save there. That ball was on net. And On Fire with the shot, but it's going to bounce high and wide. Nerd Strafe putting it in the mid. NJ's there, gets it on target, but Rain making the save, looking for a turnaround goal, but gets demoed, and On Fire is back for defense. A minute now gone into this overtime. 2-2. Well, obviously 2-2. It wouldn't have changed. It's overtime. But Malo, I think it's not really clear cut yet. Neither of these teams seem to have an upper hand. Both of them seem to be pretty equally matched. Oh my goodness, Kronk's going to clear that one out.
Yeah, they are, but I think to me, I think the advantage goes to Mangoes just because they have match point, and they're gonna. I think they could probably push the envelope a little bit more than what Agility would like to do. So to me, I think Mangoes have the upper hand here.
Oh well, yeah. When you put it like that, they certainly do. They have an entire game worth of cushion. But they got to ask themselves, do they really have a game of cushion? If they allow Agility a goal here, will Agility have enough momentum to secure the reverse sweep? Do they want to play that game On Fire with a nice shot that just isn't quite on target? It's going to hit the post, but it was a fantastic attempt for a redirect from upfield there. Cronksy popping it up in the midfield. And Strafe trying to get it through. Rain pops it up, trying to follow it. Gets a second touch. Can't find the double. But my man looking like a star out here trying to get a clip in the playoffs, or excuse me, play-ins. Cronksy, a little bit awkward with fire there. Oh, my bad. What's up, Malo?
I was going to say, yeah, he is. And, looking at it now, the shots are in boomer ball going back and forth here. But I was about to say Mangoes is about to clear it up here. Oh, my goodness. What is happening?
Provisional's happening.
Oh, no. Run away.
Holy! Strafe with a huge save there, making it back just in time. Oh my goodness. I thought Cronks was going to dunk that one through for sure. But that was a whole bunch of provisional right there, Malo. I mean, that ball rolled slowly in front of Agility's net. Twice. Back to back, just rolled in front of the net.
Oh, yes, it did. I need to catch my breath. Oh, my goodness. This is becoming even better of a matchup than I thought it was going to be. I knew it was going to be pretty intense, but not this intense. But hey, that's provisional for you. You never know what you're going to get.
That is certainly true. It's like a box of chocolates or a stick of provolone cheese. Either way, might be awesome, might not be awesome. You never know until you get into it. But we got a 4-minute overtime here, so it's not that bad. Ooh, Kaloptic's playing that one a little bit close for comfort, in my opinion. As Nerd hopefully finding a play. Oh, that's it. Yeah, on fire. Gonna send that one home. Agility getting put down off of some backboard play here. The double commit coming out from them. It's gonna be the nail. It's gonna be the thorn in your side almost every time down here at provisional. You see so many of the defensive doubles that they leave the net wide open.
Yeah, and that double commit there. That's what I think ultimately hurt them there. The amount of craziness in front of the goal towards the end of that series and that game in particular was just outrageous, and it was a fun series. 3-1. You wouldn't think that looking in real time, because every single game was one goal difference. And then of course the overtime there that lasted. I didn't actually catch how long it was, but it was a long overtime by provisional standards, I'd say. But then again, I don't know what the average overtime is for provisional, but it was really fun to watch, and I had a great time casting it here with you, Psycho.
Yeah, it's fantastic. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and some change if we want to get down to the nitty gritty. I didn't see the exact seconds either, but I do know it was a 4-minute overtime. Hey, the only thing that would have made that situation better is if that had been Game 5, but Mango's pulling it down in 4. Congratulations to them. They're going to move forward. I'm pretty sure that they secure a spot up in the playoff bracket, and now I believe Agility moves on to play the winners of, Brawlers and Wolfpack.
Yes.
So, hey, it was a pretty good match, though, I gotta say, especially provisional. Not that bad. Not as bad as you might think. The dude's putting in a lot of work, you could see. They really started to gear up there. Agility, I thought they were just going to get, to be honest, I thought they were going to get swept. But, they pulled it back in game number 3, did a good job. Almost, able to force the game number 5 onto the Mangoes. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, Mala. I think that if Agility had been able to force the game 5, I think they would have been able to pull off the reverse sweep. I think they just would have had, that much momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And hats off to all these players. They did great. Agility, going out with the loss here, but the games were close. It had to be an intense matchup for them. I know it was for me casting it, and I know you agree there, Psycho. The one thing I will say that I'll point out, and I don't know if you've seen this too often down in provisionals, but one thing that I really liked watching these two teams do is that they use the backboard on the defense, and you don't see that too often in provisional or these the diamond lower champ levels. You don't see it too much. So to see that and them to effectively use that tactic really set another bar up.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And it was a good match, but it is now over, and we're going to take a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of minutes. And whenever we return, we're moving into the Challenger League. We've got the number 7 seed Ascension. You heard it right. Rocker Man himself going up against the number 8 Assassins. Should be a pretty good one. I've enjoyed my time here with you, Malo. Always a pleasure, and we will see you in the near future, I'm sure.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. I'm joined here today by Aiden. Aiden, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to a good night of Rocket League ahead of us.
Yeah,
So we're
absolutely
gonna see.
great night of Rocket League ahead of us for sure, and we're only getting started. Last series was a nice provisional matchup, which is always interesting to see. But now we're going up to the Challenger League, and we got two of the most, I would say, historic orgs in all of Nemesis. We have Ascension, who is obviously GM'd by the one and only Rockerman, and then we have the Assassins, who is GM'd by the one and only Sandsbar. And obviously, these two orgs specifically, a lot of history in Nemesis, and seeing these two teams battle in play-ins, really going to be an interesting show.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the Rockerman org, and everybody's gonna be looking forward to this one specifically. So it should be fun to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just taking a look at these two teams as a whole, we've got, really big names on the side of Assassins, in my opinion, like Righteous and Yukio Takeda, two players that, like, going into the draft were talked about, and they've done, they've done well enough, obviously. I believe they've gotten the 8 seed. And so, Ascension, they have Rockerman, but last time we saw them on stream, they put up business, and they did work. They did lose to Orbit, though, so definitely not the result they were looking for, but they looked like a solid team, so we know a little bit about these teams going into it. But it's now, who actually is going to win the series, who's actually going to move on and secure that playoff spot. We're about ready, but before that, Aiden, do you have a prediction for this game, for the series?
I do. I've got Assassins in. I have Assassins at a 3-2 for my bracket, so I'm hoping to stick with it. I want to see
Yeah,
it. So I guess we're gonna see.
absolutely. Absolutely. I've got Ascension 3-2 in my bracket. So, Rockerman, I don't think Rockerman's going to play. So, maybe that hurts. Maybe that helps. I don't know. We'll find out. But I've got Ascension taking it 3-2. Either way, I think it's going to be a very close series. Looks like we both got them going to 5. So, it's going to be a very interesting match to watch. And I'm ready to get started.
Absolutely.
Game number 1 here. Everybody should be loading in. Ah, there's J-Mix. Alright, now we're getting started here. It's time for the second match of play-ins here in Nemesis. It is time. Kickoff. Going pretty neutral, but J-Mix is going to have a first challenge on this ball. Good shot. That one getting saved away by Yukio. Already some early action here. And some more pressure coming out here from Ascension. But Assassin's able to get the nice clear. But already back and forth. We're going Righteous with a nice touch, a nice little air dribble as well. Mechanics being shown from both these teams. Hunzer able to get the save in. Already 30 seconds in, we've seen good high action, high aerials, some good level of gameplay, which is definitely a step up from what we just watched in the Provisional League.
Absolutely. We got Righteous hitting it off here. And, he's looking for Yukio. Okay, he gets the hit off. Of course, Hunzer's there with the stop. At this point in the game, for either team, obviously it can go either way. What do you look to do to make sure that your team's going to continue in this playoff run? Oh, and a shot from J-Mix. What a night. Off the card, too.
Yeah,
Listen.
beautiful.
Got him.
Yeah, it was great. Absolutely. But honestly, you saying what would you look to do? You look to score first. You look to set the tempo, and that's what the Ascension boys are doing here. 2 shots to Assassin 0. Ascension seem to be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe it'll hurt them in the end, but right now it's giving them the early lead. Now you'll see if the Assassins can answer back, looking like they're trying to do so here, not able to. Spuffy wasn't able to get a touch, but Yukio trying to get that pressure continuing. Hunzer met at midfield. The ball is still in the Ascension half. Spuffy again looking for the pass mid, but Nevin's able to clear. Nevin was a player that I thought had a lot of potential, but wasn't able to bring it together in the last series on stream. So we'll see if he's able to do it here. But Hunzer, that super solid, consistent player, been that so far. But J-Mix has been the standout guy so far, minute and a half in. But the Assassin boys, Aiden, they've been on this blue half, or the Ascension half here for, I feel like, this ever since kickoff.
Yeah, pretty much. So it's been, I don't want to say a one-side showing so far, but they've definitely kept the pressure on them. And Of course, that's not to say that either team hasn't had their opportunity. Of course they have, but you can only put so much pressure on without getting any shots on goal or anything of the equivalent. So you would hope to see something coming out a little more from Assassins in this first game.
Yeah, for sure. They have had a lot of pressure, but no shots to speak of. So we'll see if they're able to, continue this pressure while getting some shots. But the Ascension boys, they're looking to take a couple shots here. That one not going to be on target, but pressure mounting for their side now. J-Mix trying to find something mid. Righteous on the back wall doesn't get the touch. Neither does Spuffy. This one's dangerous. Yukio's touch. Gonna go out to Nevin. Nevin trying to pop it high, but a good pre-jump there from Spuffy to stop that immediately. Now the counterattack opportunity. This one, all three Ascension players not able to touch the ball, but it gets saved away by J-Mix in the end. Nevin with the clear as well. Just over 2 minutes remaining. And that one gonna be on target. That one gonna go in the net. Nevin with the 2-0 lead now.
Absolutely. Righteous just couldn't really... my apologies. Yukio couldn't get to it in time. That'll happen. They had their third pushed up a little far. And what do you expect to happen? Get out of position.
Nothing they could do there. A little bit of misrotation. A little bit ball side rotation can catch you out like that. But the offense, wow, the defense from Hunzer. What a save there. Absolutely stuffing Spuffy. I thought that was a goal for sure. But Assassins get shut out. That is, they're at 3 shots down, but no goals to speak of. Ascension are only at 3 shots. That's a great Timo, though. J-Mix able to get the clear, but more chaos caused by Spuffy as a bump comes through. Now, Ascension trying to get the counterattack started here. There's still plenty of time left for Assassins to answer back. Ascension won a 3rd goal, but not going to happen because Spuffy is able to get the clear. J-Mix touch. Gonna need to get a follow-up. He does. Clears it to the other side. Doesn't have any boost to work with now. Does get the corner. Hunzer is going to try to take possession here. J-Mix is able to get the clear, though. Righteous really close. And their 3rd man last time got caught out. See if that happens here. Nevin gets 50'd, and it's going to allow a little bit of time for Assassins here, but not a lot of time as J-Mix tries to find a pass mid. Nobody's there, though. That's a good clear from Assassin. That one barely off target. Righteous with the demo. And a minute remaining. This has been a little bit better from the Assassins, but so far, their shots really have not been that threatening, except for that one. That was a beautiful save by Huns. But overall, I feel like Ascension are kind of in control.
Absolutely. So you see Hunzer carrying the ball downfield here. But to get back to your point, they've had a lot of opportunities. They've cleared out the net. We saw it earlier whenever, I believe that it was Spuffy got the demo on the cross. You just have nobody's there for you. So if you're Assassins from this point, I believe that you just need to look to get it. Oh, okay. Righteous takes the ball out, but I believe that you need to have that conversation with your team after this, because this the shot coming in from Yukio, sorry. But I believe that they just need to have that conversation of their spacing's a little off on offense. It's the first game, got to get those first game jitters out, and yeah, so we're going to see it going forward.
Yeah, that one. A good shot there from Yukio. J-Mix almost had it, but he ramped out the post. But 24 seconds left. Is it too little too late from the Assassins here? There's still plenty of time. But they're going to need a goal quick. Hunzer with a nice touch there. That one's going to go to the corner. Wasting even more time. Only 10 seconds remaining. Nevin is going to take this to the air. Try to waste as much time as possible. He's off the ceiling. He does have a flip. Doesn't use it in time, though. Spuffy, one last attack. That one going to get shut down by Nevin, but it's up. Righteous trying to keep the ball in the air. Hunter going to try to kill it, and he does. And Ascension take game number 1.
Absolutely. Again, going back to it, we're going to have to see a bit of changes coming out from Assassins here. But honestly, they started pulling it around there in the last half. Of course, there's not much you can do with 30 seconds, but Ascension played a very good game. And going forward, we're going to have to look to see that they continue this and keep up their momentum.
Yeah, keeping up the momentum is important. That's what they really need to do. But, I mean, Assassins, they got the last goal. They looked really strong going into that last, minute and a half. They looked like, I would say, the better team. It was really a lot of pressure for the Assassins. They finally were able to get a goal out of it. But honestly, it's definitely in favor of the Ascension throughout the entire game. But at the end there, I feel like Assassins definitely had a nice little surge. And if they're able to carry that into game number 2, they definitely can take it and tie the series up 1-1. It is best of 5 as well, so even though it is play-ins, it's it's over quick, and you cannot make that many mistakes. And going down 2-0 in a best of 5, definitely not what you want to see here. But game number 2, Aiden, do you think the Assassin boys are going to pull it out?
Again, listen, I've got them on my prediction, so I'm in hopes that they do. If it seems to not go their way, they're going to have to pull off the reverse sweep, which, I mean, of course, is very possible, but not an easy feat for that. But of course, we got Nevin coming off here quickly. Yukio with the touch-up, looking for a teammate. Tries to follow it, doesn't get it. Righteous with the touch-up. You have Kevin instantly there. That's something else that's been, I think, that they've been struggling with a little bit, is every time that Assassins have hit the ball and they're trying to get that pressure forward, there's always been an Ascension player there waiting for them. So, again, we're just going to have to see. It all comes down to heart.
Yeah, whoever wants it more at this point, really. But like you said, I feel like Ascension have been kind of all over Assassins, and they are doing so here in the beginning of this game. J-Mix with a nice touch there. J-Mix continuing to stay on the ball, tries to put this one mid-high. Righteous with a nice touch, and able to get the clear now, but Ascension able to take a little bit of possession. Spuffy gets the boost steal, though that one can be big. That one's a pass back now, but Yukio cuts Righteous. I think Righteous had a shot. It would have been a difficult one, but it would have been better than whatever happened there. So now Ascension, they're able to get the clear. They're able to send it to the corner. Able to get an opportunity, but nothing comes through in terms of shots. And now Righteous with the counterattack, but Hunter gets the great save once again. Hunter on defense has been important for Ascension, and Nevin on offense, able to get that one. No, it's not on targets, but he's able to put it away. And man, one end of the field down to the other. Quick counterattack like that, and Ascension go up 1-0.
Absolutely. You see Ascension just keeps the pressure going. They've been doing it the whole series thus far, and I'm assuming that we're going to see it continue throughout. So,
yeah.
Sorry. So, again, it all comes down to a we will see.
Yeah,
but
we will have to wait and see. But it kind of reminds me a little bit of the last series. Last series, I felt like oh, wow.
Oh,
Righteous.
Instant callback.
Great shot there from Righteous. I mean, that was not a great touch from Nevin, but they were able to capitalize really beautifully. And you know what? They're able to tie up the game.
Yeah, of course, and that's what I'm talking about. When they found each other in a pass, they did it quickly, and it's exactly what they need to do. It has been so far what has worked to get around them. I'm willing to bet they had that conversation. Their their positioning just needed to be a little better. And so far, it has been that in this game.
Yeah, and it has gotten them a tie, which other than the 0-0 score line, Assassins have never managed to do. So, already looking better than game number 1. That one going to be a great shot. J-Mix has to get the clear away. Hunter now trying to get the clear. Past 2, but he doesn't get contact after the bump. Now Nevin, he's got to get the clear now. Oh, a double commit. But Nevin doesn't eventually get saved. Hunter with a great doink there. Able to send this ball all the way down to the Assassin's half. Give Ascension a lot of breathing room. Assassins got to work their way down now. Hunter playing super patient. Able to get the clear. Spuffy's going to have a touch, though. That one's going to go high. Spuffy trying to get another one. He does have another one over J-Mix. Spuffy, maybe a third. No, he's not going to get it before Nevin gets the clear. J-Mix with the counterattack. The shot was blocked by Righteous, but a beautiful passing play out of their own end. Great job there. Righteous now trying to get an air dribble. Nevin cuts it down. More pressure here from Ascension. 2.5 minutes in. This one could be a good shot. That one going to go a little bit wide. But the pressure starting to mount here. J-Mix going to leave this one for Nevin. Nevin kind of fakes out Yukio, but that one could be dangerous. That one's going to go high. J-Mix also gets the clear. J-Mix, both teams, I feel like, have gone back and forth with shots and then defense and then shots and then defense, but that one can be dangerous. Nevin able to get the recovery save. Beautifully done, but they're not out of the clear just yet. This ball's still in their own half. 2 minutes remaining. And that one going to be... No, J-Mix is there once again. And the saves, the defense from Ascension, really keeping them in this game. They've only had 2 shots compared to Assassin's 8, but it's still only tied 1-1. Nevin gets the touch to the corner. Ascension, they've done a really good job of keeping the ball out of imminent danger. They're able to survive when they need to. Hunter not going to get the touch on that one. That one could be a little dangerous. J-Mix not able to get the shot, but Hunter might be able to. That one's going to be a shot, but Yukio's going to have a free clear for that. Nevin up with Righteous. Righteous gets absolutely dusted. And so Nevin's going to have another challenge here, but Spuffy cuts it really nicely. Spuffy trying to get the dribble, but J-Mix demos him, but he does get a touch on the ball, making Hunter a little awkward. Hunter kind of panics, and Yukio trying to get a pass mid, but Nevin, the only one there for it. Nevin's able to get the touch, and J-Mix gets the beat. That one could be on target. Oh, it's off the post, off the crossbar, and Hunter's not able to get the shot. A great save there from Righteous, and Assassin live on. That one, though, that one could be dangerous, and that one gonna go in the back of the net.
And of course, a very similar experience what we saw last game, which was just one person a little out of place, and it seems that maybe that conversation they had hadn't set in far enough. Again, it's all we will see, and it can be that until Game 5, or if it's a proper sweep. Regardless, we see Righteous take the ball up here, and Hunzer, with a touch. Yukio hitting it back down, Nevin just waiting there for him. And just the positioning so far has been the Assassin's great downfall, but there's still plenty of time, and Hunzer with a shot. Oh, okay. Righteous gets it out of here. Righteous carrying it down. He sees Yukio. Yukio's with him. Spuffy's going to have the bang out off the sidewall.
Oh, a good touch there. Now this is only 20 seconds remaining. This is the end of the game. This is golden goal potential here. They need to send this game to overtime to not go down 2-0. Assassins, they have one real last opportunity, and it's going to be right here. But Righteous' touch, he gets past J-Mix. Righteous, though, his touch is not going to get past Hunzer. Hunzer, that reliable third man that has come up clutch, it feels like, time and time again. Able to secure the game for Ascension, make them going up 2-0 here. Assassins need a reverse sweep, Aiden. And to be honest, I don't know if it's looking that good for him.
I don't know if it's looking that good, but you never know. Truly.
You never know.
I guess you'll never know. But I think that if Assassins pull off another game, I think that if Assassins can pull a game, that maybe it'll stop Ascension's constant forward pressure. I mean, even so, you have Righteous coming out with 5 shots. He has more shots than 2/3 of the Ascension team. So you hope that some of these shots start going on target, but of course you have to talk about the saves coming from Ascension here. And there's no lack of them. J-Mix absolutely just going crazy here in the second game. 4 saves. Of course he has no goals or no assists. Nevin's been scoring mostly on offense, but you have to wonder, what can Assassins do at this point to further the series?
Yeah, it's only, you can only question it at this point. But it's, it's a matter of, adjustments at this point. Assassins, I feel like they adjusted nicely to Ascension. I thought they were really in control. They just weren't able to finish the ball. And if the ball's not in the back of the net, you're not going to win the game. And so, Ascension, they did what they needed to do. Now we will see if they're able to do it here. Game number 3, ending it off like they want to, probably. But it's definitely going to be a tough road ahead. The series is not over by any means. But so far, Ascension looking to counterattack once again. It's how they scored a couple of their goals in this series so far. That's been a great benefactor for them. Now we'll see if the Assassin's offense can really get going. Yukio, his touch going to get saved away by Nevin. Going to get another clear here. Nevin, that one's going to be off to the side, but Nevin can get a shot here. That one not going to be on target. Righteous does get the clear anyway as well, and Hunzer trying to keep the pressure up. Not going to happen though. J-Mix trying to stall Assassin just a little bit. Nevin is going to get flicked over him, but Hunzer with a great save, and Hunzer once again on the back line, making a beautiful play after beautiful play. And a minute in, and we've already seen a couple great saves coming out from Ascension, but, Assassins, their opportunities look a lot better so far, and they got to continue this, but they also got to score the ball eventually.
Of course, ball has to hit the back of the net, but we see Righteous here in a solo play. He's got Yukio with him. Good 50 here coming in from Nevin. We have Spuffy. Spuffy absolutely dust. I'm sorry, who was up? Absolutely dust Hunzer. But I completely agree. If we're going to see a Assassin's reverse here, they're going to have to put shots on goal, and not like that, Yukio. I'm sorry, my friend.
Yeah, that one definitely not looking great for Yukio there. That was definitely a good opportunity. That one was an open net pretty much. And an opportunity like that, not going to come every single day of the week, so you got to take them when you get them. But instead, Assassins remain scoreless. So do Ascension, though. Only 2 shots on the side of Ascension, 3 for Assassins. Been a pretty even game so far. But we'll see who really comes out on top here. We're just over 2 minutes in. Nevin trying to kickstart that offense once again. Yukio doesn't get the touch. That one could be dangerous. That one gonna sail high over the crossbar. That's a double commit though. That now Assassins, they need to try to get a counterattack here, but Yukio has no boost, so J-Mix is gonna put this ball back mid. J-Mix trying to take a shot. That one's gonna go wide, but more pressure here from Ascension. Hunzer's turn. Hunzer trying to put that one mid. Nope. J-Mix tries to put that one mid, but Yukio's there with the clear, and Yukio, he says, all right, it's our turn for offense now. Now he tried to put it mid, but nobody's gonna be there. It's J-Mix, Dimmos, everybody, but his clear goes straight to Righteous. Righteous, he can have a shot opportunity, shoot the ball. Righteous, not gonna have it. That one I thought was for sure gonna be a goal, but instead, Ascension, they're able to survive, and Assassin, I feel like they need to start capitalizing on these mistakes. Hunter was trying to find Nevin on the back wall, not gonna happen, but Nevin, the Ascension boys, they love to cut and keep the pressure up, and that's what they're doing here. J-Mix gonna put this one high. That one's gonna go off the backboard. Yukio's gotta get a touch. He does. Clears it to the corner nicely. Now he's gotta get another one. Oh, but Hunter's there to cut it off, and Spuffy goes over his head, but Spuffy can get a shot now. That one's gonna go high. Is anybody mid for the shot? No, J-Mix has plenty of time. Hunter gets the demo on Yukio, though, and that was open if J-Mix shot the ball, but he doesn't. And so Righteous is able to get the clear. Hunter trying to keep up that pressure once again. Minute and a half remaining. Does Ascension or Assassins take the lead? This one could be the Ascension's goal we're looking for. No, Nevin gets the save. Righteous
with the touch.
gonna put it away. Wow, it was a great offensive, counterattack there. And Righteous, right place, right time. That ball bouncing off the post. Nevin got a first initial save, which was good, but not good enough. And Assassins, for the first time this whole series, finally take the lead. Can Ascension bounce back? Or will Assassins take the lead and secure this game? Oh, that one barely hitting the crossbar. J-Mix, though, that shot gonna be a little off target. Hunzer not able to get the touch, and Spuffy trying to continue. But no, Righteous gonna just bully his way through.
Absolutely, relentless offensive pressure has been the game so far from both teams, and we wonder if this is going to be a turning point for the Assassins, or will Ascensions come back in the next game, or possibly two, and say, listen, I know that you guys tried to do this, but this was our strategy initially.
Yeah, we will see. There's still a minute remaining, though. Plenty of time for a comeback here, but there's also plenty of time for Assassins to assert their dominance even more. They've looked really solid this game. Ascension just haven't been able to put up the numbers, put up the shots, put up the goals specifically. Like the shots have been there, but just not good enough yet. That one, a good counterattack opportunity now, but J-Mix just not there for the shot. That was an opportunity to score, but instead it's an opportunity for Assassins now, as Spuffy puts that one away and gives Assassins a 3-0 lead.
Absolutely, and of course, this is the largest lead that we've seen since the series has started, so you wonder, did Assassins have a pep talk, or has Ascension started looking down the wrong hole?
We will have to wait and see, as this game pretty much over, but not entirely. Hunter can score that ball, and he does. It's
one
not...
goal every 13 seconds.
It's not impossible.
Again, one every 13. Listen, very, very possible.
Very doable indeed. Hunter able to get that goal, able to give hope to Ascension. 26 seconds remaining. They're going to need to score quickly here. That kickoff not going to help them out. This one actually going to help out Assassins a lot there. No shot coming out though. Yukio taking his time. Yukio with the air dribble. J-Mix trying to pass it back to Hunter. J-Mix is going to take it himself though. Righteous, no boost to speak of, so he's going to leave it. But as the clock winds down, it's going to be Assassins winning this game number 3 here. We're going to have game number 4, and it should be an absolute doozy, as Assassins, they're starting the reverse sweep, and it is time to see if they're able to continue, or will they get shut down in game number 4.
Absolutely. Listen, both of our predictions so far seemingly they could be right. With a 2-1 lead, of course, they're going into this next game, and Ascension is hoping to take it for themselves, but listen, a game 5 would be fun. Undoubtedly, a game 5 would be very fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting, but we will find out if that's what is in store for us. Game 5 reverse sweep could be incoming, but we got to get through game number 4 first here on Forbidden Temple. Last one was on Forbidden Temple too, you know, Gallium, I don't mess up the maps a little bit. That's okay. But game number 4, Forbidden Temple, is where all the chaos really happens in Nemesis. So we will see if that's what happens here. Some chaos already starting there, but J-Mix with a really nice touch off the backboard. That was really well done to stop any chance of a double touch. Now, some little action in the corner there. Gonna be stopped by Hunter. Nevin's able to get the clear. Righteous's touch can be a little dangerous. Hunter's in that corner waiting, but so is J-Mix. J-Mix trying to find a pass mid. He's gonna get pinched off of him and sent all the way down to the Ascension end. Now, 30 seconds in. We've seen a lot of these games start pretty slow. They don't like to score early. These teams kind of like to feel each other out. We've seen a lot of pressure early though. From both these teams, but nothing, coming of it. That one looking like a great opportunity, but Spuffy just hits the crossbar. But wow, a great air dribble there. It's gonna give Ascension a great opportunity, but not gonna happen as the Assassin defense shuts it down. Now that one gonna get put across nets, and once again, nobody there from Ascension. I feel like they're just a little too hesitant to commit everybody forward, and it could end up, costing them. They weren't able to score a single goal in the last game. But this one could be the first goal here. Nevin able to put it in. And Aiden, 1 minute and 15 seconds in. And the Ascension boys, they take the lead just like they did in the games that they actually won.
Absolutely. Starting for the lead in these games can be key to your success. But again, it's going to come down to, will Assassins have it in them to bring this back? Can they come up from something that they haven't done so far? And Yukio with an early an early shot on here, and of course he's looking for somebody if nobody's there for him. J-Mix going straight up for it.
Oh yeah, so far, the Assassin boys, they look solid. They have not looked bad whatsoever. I think their offense has been looking just as good as last time, but it hasn't resulted in a goal. This one can be the goal though, but Righteous has 0 boost. No boost in the tank, and I know he definitely can pick up some more pads, because, yeah, I saw that man lurking in the midfield. That was a good opportunity that just doesn't come through. Nevin gonna put this one right off the backboard once again, and not gonna have a shooter present, but it's gonna be a counter-attack opportunity now for Assassins. Assassins looking like they want to start scoring on these counter-attacks. They were able to do it a couple times. Ascension not gonna let it happen though. Nevin trying to get the clear, and he does so. That one gonna go high. Yukio puts this one high once again. These teams, Aiden, they're looking to go high with their passing plays, with their goal scoring opportunities. They don't want to keep the ball on the ground, and they're looking to score some fancy goals here, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to see a test of skill, especially if you're one of those higher top 6 teams that are watching this. And you're going to have to play one of these people coming up soon if you're the 1st or 2nd seed. And of course, there goes a shot from Spuffy with a great demo coming in from Righteous. And the call has been answered. So can they continue this throughout the rest of the series?
For sure.
We'll find out within the next 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
Who will win this game? I mean, that's what I like to see. I like to see some demos coming in. We saw a couple demos coming out from J-Mix earlier on the defensive end, but nothing really like offensive towards bumping and demoing for either team. That one was an opportunity, but Righteous wasn't able to put it on target. Now Nevin trying to get the clear. Nevin does get the clear. Really, he gets it well. That one's gonna go across net. Righteous has to get the touch high. Is anybody gonna be there for the shot? Hunter's there to keep the ball in play, but Yukio is able to get the clear afterwards. Nevin touch to the corner. Nevin could get a double here. Not able to do so. Very close though. The J-Mix he's able to counter with a nice dunk. Spuffy, his touch is going down. J-Mix, he can score that, but he gets saved by Righteous. Righteous came out of nowhere for that save. 1.5 minutes remaining. Assassins looking to score here. That one dangerous. Puts it across his own net, but Spuffy was unable to get a shot. Instead, he gets the clear for Ascension. And now Ascension looking for the counter, but Yukio gets back in time. Righteous trying to find a touch mid. Is Spuffy going to be there? No. Hunter is though. Hunter with a screamer. That one going top left. Bang.
Absolutely. And we just saw a little confusion here. A little out of place. Spuffy, was a little forward, which of course will, in many situations, could be a great thing, but in this one specifically was just not.
But man, credit to Hunter there for the shot. But now this is a
Righteous and
tip there first for the Assassins. A great pass there from Righteous. Wow, the backflip pass that was really well done.
Call and response. It has been pretty consistent this game. Both teams putting on great offensive pressure. With the minute 12 left, who's going to pull it out? Will we be in overtime? Will it end before the final bell hits?
I have a feeling we're not done seeing these teams score. Nevin going to the air early. Nobody's in net, actually. That one is going to just fall in. Where did their third man go?
Again, back to the out of positioning. It's going to happen, but that's one that you can't let in. Nevin instantly from his back corner straight into their net. Wow.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you said call in response, and the Ascension, they call once again. They're not done calling. They are like an annoying telegram, you know? They just keep calling, but wow, Righteous tried to have a response there, but it gets saved away. Nevin was able to rotate back beautifully, but Yukio, that could be a goal. He slots it beautifully.
Absolutely, you know, great pass coming out from Spuff here. And again, what we just saw on the other end of the field was a little bit of an overcommit. They left nobody at a proper third, so we're going to see these goals scored over and over again with the same mistakes over and over again, and that's what makes this so enjoyable.
For sure. Now, who is going to answer the call once again? I said there would be some more goals scored, and both teams scored. So we will see if we're going to go back to overtime, or we will see a couple more goals get scored. I wouldn't put it past them. In fact, this one could be a goal-scoring opportunity right there. That one's going to go a little bit high, though. And now the Assassins looking to break out of their own end. Righteous trying to get a little offense started, but now it's Nevin's turn. Nevin didn't get a great challenge, and so that one's going to go over Hunter. J-Mix, his touch was not great, and so he has to put it back mid, but Nevin could counterattack, but Yukio gets a nice dunk. This one looking good for Assassins. Assassins not going to have anybody on the ball, though, and so J-Mix is going to not have a lot of boost, but he's able to get all the way down to the Assassins' half. But Spuffy's up, but oh, Hunter with a nice stop there. And Nevin trying to get a pass mid. That one going to go to J-Mix. J-Mix going to put it off the corner. And he's going to fall. But Aiden, we got overtime for the first time in this series.
Absolutely. You know, we saw an overtime in the last series played. But of course, it is a lower league. And it'll be interesting to see with Jay coming straight out here. Righteous with a nice touch, but they don't have a proper third man again. Yukio, good job staying back there, not overcommitting. We have Spuffy going up the wall. Hunter's already up with a nice 50 coming out from Hunter. They doubled. Spuffy hitting it back upfield. He's going to have a little bit of time here to play by himself. Spuffy could have finished the goal with a nice little pass in. Yukio, Righteous, they're doubling.
It was a great opportunity there for Assassins, but Hunter shut them out. And what could have been an opportunity for them turned into nothing. And now it looks like an opportunity for Ascension here. J-Mix trying to get the shot, but he gets beat out by Spuffy. Yukio can get the shot now, but Hunter able to get the clear away. Now Righteous trying to take this one off the wall, but Hunter gets in the way once again. Now Nevin, he jumps so early. Nevin, you have so much time on that ball, but instead he just clears it to the corner of Assassins, and now Assassins with possession, with a little bit of offense as well. Yukio trying to put this one off the backboard. Nevin's going to clear it to the corner, where nobody really is waiting, but Nevin's able to continue this pressure. But J-Mix, he has an opportunity now. Now it's only Yukio back with 12 boosts. This is dangerous. No, but J-Mix doesn't have any boost on the wall, so he's not able to get to that ball. What was an opportunity for them turned out into be nothing. But Hunter, he's trying to keep up the pressure here. That's a double commit from Righteous and Spuffy as well. Nevin not going to have the control he wants. That's a good shot there from Hunter. Spuffy tries to get, or does get the clear off the backboard to the corner. Really well done there. Nevin gonna have to get a touch on this ball a minute and a half into this game already. That one, not a great touch. That one's gonna go mid. Yukio couldn't get through two Ascension defenders. J-Mix, he can get through Yukio though. Righteous pre-jumps, but it's still J-Mix's ball. J-Mix trying to put this one mid. Hunter, he has the opportunity to put it mid to Nevin. Nevin gonna be there for the shot, but it's not gonna be a good one. And in the end, the Ascension opportunity dies out, and and we've seen a lot of back and forth between these teams. I really don't know who's going to take it. This one could be the goal-scoring opportunity, though. That one hits the bar. That one could be a goal. No, it gets saved away. And Aiden, we have once again been met with some great defense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just coming down to who's going to make that first mistake. We have Yukio taking the ball out here, gets it past one. Nevin on the ball. Oh, with a great bump on Spiky. J-Mix. Spuffy, sorry. Righteous is already upfield looking for the shot.
Tie! Oh, it's almost an own goal! Oh my gosh, some chaos going on in both ends of the field, but either way, a goal has not been scored. Hunter If he put that one on target, that one could have been a goal. Yukio has no boost to speak of. Gets that 100. Now he's up, but so is Spuffy. But Nevin beats both of them. Righteous has to get the clear here. That one's going to go to the corner. J-Mix and Nevin double commit. Hunter, turn on this ball and shoot. No, he doesn't. He said puts it off the backboard where Yukio is waiting. And Yukio going to have no boost, but he's able to get the clear, but not before Nevin cuts him off. Wow, Hunter places one to his own corner. He's going to have to get a follow-up touch. He does, but Spuffy dunks him. J-Mix not gonna get a touch there, but nobody from Assassins expected it. So Nevin's able to get the follow. Now, Hunter, it's your turn, buddy. You got to get the touch here. That one's going to go mid. Yukio, there's the shot, but it's straight at J-Mix. That one had plenty. Spuffy had plenty of space to shoot at, but no dice. And now, once again, Ascension, they kind of just survive. I feel like Assassins have had the better opportunities, like right here. That's a great opportunity, but Spuffy hits the post. The net was wide open. Now the counterattack. It has to come through. No, Nevin's clear. Not good enough. But J-Mix over to Nevin. Nevin's going to go back mid, where Hunter, he's playing a little safe, playing a little cautious. You don't want to give up this goal and go to game 5. Nevin, though, he wants to go all out. Nevin, no boost to speak of. I think he's just faking that. That's, you know what, well done, I guess. But Hunter is going to have to be the one to answer the call now. Spuffy clears it to the side. Not a lot of boost to speak of. J-Mix with a nice pinch. J-Mix going to try to get a follow, but his car gets a little stuck to the ground. And so Assassins are able to get the clear. Not before Hunter absolutely, he's waiting there beautifully. Able to keep up the pressure here. J-Mix trying to get a double, but Righteous shuts that one down. Nevin trying to control the ball, but Righteous again there. But a double commit with Spuffy now. Hunter already up. Hunter going to try to get an air dribble 50 here. That one's going to go mid, but nobody from Ascension willing to commit. And I feel like that's the stage we've reached here, Aiden. Almost 5 minutes into this overtime, and I feel like these teams are just afraid to commit more than one player at this point. They do not want to get scored on.
Absolutely. And I mean, listen, it makes perfect sense, and it's not a bad idea to be playing safe here, especially whenever Assassins have had as many attempts on Ascension and vice versa during this game, during this overtime specifically. Almost an entire another game played during the overtime. But still, no matter what, they know that if Assassins take this, J-Mix out here with a clear, trying to pass to Hunter. Hunter's up for it, and he misses. Unfortunate. Righteous here to clean it all up for him. With a flick over Nevin, nobody's there to follow him up. Yukio misses. Spuffy, last man back, gets a clear out. Very nice. Nevin get the shot on Spuffy, still banging it out. Playing solo here. Yukio over.
Good double though. That was dangerous!
In the shot from Righteous.
Ooh, man.
A 5-minute, 24-second overtime.
Wow. 5-minute overtime. And what ends it is a goal from Assassins to send us to game 5, Aiden. The reverse sweep looking that much more likely, especially you lose a 5-minute overtime, your morale, your mental, it's got to be shot. And it's, if you're Ascension, you have to be reeling from this loss. And honestly, Assassins, I feel like they're primed to take it.
Absolutely. Not too long ago, maybe about a year ago, I was in a separate league, and I was also in playoffs, and I believe that it was a 13.5-minute overtime, and we were down 2-0 at the time, and then we came back and won 4 straight. So it definitely has that effect on your mental. So will Nevin, J-Mix, and Hunter be able to pull this around, or it's just going to be Righteous, Yukio, and Spuffy's game to take?
We will see who comes out on top. Game number 5. Reverse sweep incoming. Now, who will let it get the better of them? Stream nerves, game 5 nerves, playing nerves. It's all amounting here. Who has the ice? Who has it when it matters most? Ascension versus Assassins. 12 seconds in. Assassins already starting with that pressure that they love. Oh, that's not a great touch from Hunter, but a good bump there from J-Mix. Saves a potential goal. Spuffy, though, his touch gonna get met by Yukio, who pops it up high. He's gonna have a follow as well. Spuffy trying to get a bump on Hunter. Not gonna happen, though. Nevin puts this one off the backboard. Or, sorry, off the sidewall. Righteous, he's up already, but Nevin, his pass, gonna get met by Yukio, who gets a really nice clear. And now, Ascension boys, it's their turn on offense. Oh, Nevin with a really nice touch there. That one gonna be dangerous. Hunter not close enough in the midfield to score that opportunity. J-Mix, though, trying to answer Righteous's touch, but Nevin, he just dives full in. He gets a nice 50. That one gonna get met on the midfield by Spuffy, though. And J-Mix has to take possession here. But that 50 there from Yukio is gonna send it all the way to the other corner where Spuffy's waiting. And so far, it seems like Assassin, have had a lot of pressure And that one, the first real shot that I've seen them put on, but it looks like Assassins have taken control of this game.
Absolutely. You know, it was during their first 2 games they're playing a little passive when they would get to offense, they'd overcommit over. Speaking of, nice pinch coming in here. But they would overcommit. It would seem as though the spacing on both teams now has changed a lot. Yukio with a great touchdown field. Nevin just waiting there for him. Nevin's going to continue to carry down to into the opposite corner. Hunzer straight there for the call. Unfortunate they had time. Yukio bangs it downfield. J-Mix is going to get the first touch here. Righteous is up. He misses. Spuffy misses. Can Nevin misses? The whole lobby just went for a trip. Okay, J-Mix, he's got the opportunity to pass it here. Hunzer's there. Nevin's also there. They're all on offense right now. They have to be careful. If it gets banged out, well, I think that we both know what could occur then.
Yeah, for sure. But now it is Assassin's turn. They get that clear that we were talking about. But Ascension, they're able to recover nicely. That's not a great touch from Nevin, though, as Yukio puts that one mid. And J-Mix pushes this one off his own backboard. What is happening? Spuffy, he's a little too close. He can't put that shot on target, but Righteous can turn. Righteous gets blocked out by Hunter, though. And kind of a couple of big mistakes there on the side of Ascension. And this Assassin's pressure is still not over. Spuffy tries to put a shot on target. J-Mix has to get a nice save there. And Righteous, he's able to continue this pressure as the Ascension boys, they are not willing to clear the ball. It feels like they're trying to control it. They're not willing to just bang the ball and get it past and over Ascension's head. Although Ascension, they were really creeped up. Spuffy off the ceiling. I don't know what he's doing, but Righteous tried to counter or capitalize on it. I feel like Ascension are kind of just sitting in net, singing Kumbaya. Well, they're letting Assassin just shoot the ball, and that's what happens. Whenever you let that happen, Spuffy scores.
It's a 1-7 currently, so of course, I mean, you're going to have saves come with that, but there's only so much you can do whenever you start playing very passive. And, you know, I would hope that they could have this conversation. They have a few seconds here to try to regroup themselves, but J-Mix to get the great first touch. Nevin waiting there. Spuffy with a great touch when he was flipping through. And yes, it is again. We will see. We're in a Game 5 situation here. Reverse sweep alert. Can Assassins pull it off?
Ascension and Nevin, the goal scorer himself. He has been the offense for Ascension this series. He has to be the one to score. But the defense kind of wide open here. Righteous, he's the one that's been scoring recently, and he's able to put that one away. And the 2-0 lead here can be pretty devastating for Ascension.
Absolutely. You know, you have to look at it like you're playing on Ascension. How can we do better? Well, we have to start banging the ball downfield. Hunter with a great save here. Righteous takes the boost from him. And we have to get this ball downfield. How do we stop Righteous? Another shot. Righteous with the soft touch it confused I believe it was Nevin.
Nevin, he double jumped. Oh no. And after losing a game 5 overtime, it feels like Ascension has slowed down. They look slower, they look a lot less comfortable, they look a lot less confident, and they lost their confidence, and now they're losing the game. And it looks like they might be losing the series as they are down 3-0 with only a minute remaining. There is still time, but time is not helping them right now because it looks like the Assassins are bound to score again. J-Mix has to get the save, and back on defense go Ascension, where they cannot afford to be. J-Mix, he's got to get it clear, but Yukio's waiting very patiently, not overcommitting. You know, Assassins, I feel like, have learned their lesson, and they have been able to come out on top so far with only, you know, they're able to get their reverse sweep now, 3-0, 40 seconds remaining. They have to, you know, be feeling a little comfortable, but, you know, Ascension, like I said, they seem slower, they seem a little bit lackluster, but now they're on offense. Nevin, he's not even gonna get a shot. J-Mix is there to control the ball, but you don't have time to control the ball. There's 26 seconds. You gotta shoot, you gotta score. But nothing is coming through Nevin. He has one opportunity here, off the ceiling. And it's going to hit the ceiling. Nevin trying to get it over 1. Tries to get it over 2. Hunter not able to get the shot. And J-Mix is going all the way back for a boost. And J-Mix, you don't have time for that, big boy. You have to go for the ball. Spuffy, he almost had a great shot, but Hunter was able to get the save. Nevin with a cut. And, you know, I don't know why I'm cashing this point. The game's over. The series is over. The reverse sweep coming through for Assassins. And Ascension, they have to play another play-in game to try to make playoffs.
Absolutely. You know, listen, I called it. I had Assassins in a 3-2, and it's nice to see it.
You know, it was looking good for Ascension, but after losing that 5-minute overtime, what can you do? It seems like they kind of just, you know, I wouldn't say gave up, but it felt like they had already lost. And I feel like once they went down 3-0 in that last little minute, they really started to ramp up the pressure and ramp up. They're like, oh man, we have to score. You know, like our series, our lives are our playoff hopes. They can be crushed right here, but you know, it's too little. Too
I'll tell you.
Maybe it's just like my mama said. Maybe the monsters aren't under the bed. Maybe they're up there inside of my head instead. And cut the lights, close the blinds and say goodnight, goodnight. Nothing rhymes in my mind, no lullaby, bye-bye. I'm the black sheep, no one's telling good. When I fall asleep, all my dreams are good. All my life, I fight, no lullaby, bye-bye. It's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I wanna marry you. Well, I know this little chapel on the boulevard we can go. No one will know. Oh, come on, girl. Who cares if we're trash? Got a pocket full of cash we can blow. Shots of Patron, and it's on, girl. Don't say no, 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 no. Just say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. 'Cause it's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing juice? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. Just say I do. Just say I do. Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. I'll go get a ring, let the choir bells sing like ooh. So what you wanna do? let's just run, go. And if we wake up and you wanna break up, that's cool. No, I won't blame you. It was fun, go. Don't say no, 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 no. Just say yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll go, 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 go. If you're ready, like I'm ready. 'Cause it's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing shoes? Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you. Just say I do. Just say I do. Who cares, baby? I think I wanna marry you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where we just had an insane reverse sweep on stream here, but now I'm joined by the one and only Dr. Waffles. Doctor, how you doing?
Dude, I'm so good. I'm so good. It's a beautiful day for Rocket League. I'm excited to be able to watch all these play-ins and figure out how all these brackets are going to turn out.
Yeah, my brackets so far have actually, I've not gotten a single game right so far. So we'll see if I can change that. Hopefully.
That's all right. I haven't even made one. So
Oh.
I props on you for even trying, because I wouldn't even know where to start. So
Yeah, it's gonna be a little, some of these I just kind of threw darts at a board, but this
True,
one right here,
true.
I know a little bit, and I know I have Diffusion taking this one 3-2, and going into game number 1, man, who do you got, taking the series?
I really don't pay that much attention to Novice, and I especially don't know these two orgs. So if you say Pawns, I'm saying Diffusion, just to spite you. So
Okay, you know what? That's fine with me. Dorfin and Kyle are the two players I really know, and those two players gonna be the players I'm gonna be looking at. They're them. They're goated. So I think those two are gonna have a great impact on this game. As Kyle already looking for a nice little touch here. That one's gonna go high. Halo not able to put the shot on target. Neither is Kyle, and so now Sieben. He has to get all the way back on defense here. A good 50 though. That one should go mid, but Kyle's gonna get the clear. Kyle rocking, I believe that's the Mustang. And that's the second Mustang we've seen so far this stream. Rocking some very beautiful cars. Underrated cars, honestly.
wrong choice still. Mustang, wrong choice. Sorry, not sorry though.
Wow. Oh my!
Oh my, jeez.
Yo! This is Novice! What is Halo doing up there?
I'm not sure, but it almost worked out for them. The offensive pressure from Diffusion has already been pretty great. They got 3 shots already, just over a minute in. Diffusion feeling good so far.
Yeah, Diffusion, they're looking good so far. They've had a couple great opportunities here, and honestly, I think the Pawns might be a little like awestruck. I mean, I am for sure, but they're not scored on yet. Minute and a half into this game, no goals have been conceded by either team. As Dorfin gets a nice clear there, but it does feel like Diffusion do have majority of the possession in the Pawns half. They look like they have a couple more opportunities, as this one right here could be a great opportunity. Dorfin's really awkward, but Kyle...
Oh, the control.
Oh, not able to get it past Dorfin. Dorfin, like you said, really good control as he gets a flick as well. Dorfin plays a lot of ones, so I know he's very comfortable in those situations. He also gets a demo. That one could be an open net.
Oh,
Shot. A great save from Halo. And man, Dr. Waffles, that was, I thought, a great goal-scoring opportunity, but nothing to come out of it.
Yeah, you hate to see that from the Pawns. The great pass across the net and the demo, and Pawns had an open net, but I don't remember who it was. Their first shooter missed, and by the time their second could follow up, there was already a defender in goal. A little bit of a throw there from Pawns, but with no goals scored, it's still an even playing field, so it's not the end of the world yet.
Yeah, not the end at all. 2.5 minutes. Both these teams have had great opportunities. That one.
Oh, there it is. No!
It's off the post. I thought that one was in for sure. Kyle had a great shot, but it's not in. Kyle trying to get a great shot here. That one gonna not find its way into the top left corner, and it's gonna get saved away by Mocha Latte, which is an absolutely fantastic name, by the way.
Absolutely is, and the pressure coming out from both teams right now. Both teams having their chances on net. So many shots, so many saves already, and this is very intense first game here. I'm excited for the rest of the series already.
Yeah, for sure, and already I feel like this series has had so much more action than the last one, and it's getting my heart racing. Novice League, super interesting to watch it, but honestly, these guys are playing better than Novice League players as Kyle screams one across the face of the net. Steven trying to put this one back in front as well, but Halo, he's going to be the first one to that ball. Gets it past 2. Steven, that's a really good touch. Kyle, he's going to put it back mid once again, but because Halo got demo, he's not going to be there, and so Steven goes all the way back to his own corner. Has time, but he's a little awkward. Minute and a half remaining. Both these teams, they're looking to score the first goal. They're going all out for it, but it's been nothing to come to fruition.
The bump plays? The bump plays? What? What? Oh, novice moments.
Novice moments. I feel like that's the 4th novice moment I've seen in this game alone. I feel like we've had such great setups for these plays, but none of them have come through. But now, another great opportunity here. Kyle, he's going to get around that ball, but Drizzer with a save. Wow, Dr. Waffles, I feel like these guys are peaking at the best times and whiffing at the worst.
Oh my god, I can't believe how many open nets have been missed, and then fantastic shots have been saved at the same time. I'm already kind of at a loss for words for a team that is ahead or anything like that, because each are going for honestly really advanced plays for Novice, and they're all fantastic on the goal line so far, and I really cannot tell who has the upper hand here.
But it's not about how many cool shots you can put on, it's how many cool shots you can actually score. And with 20 seconds remaining, nobody has put a goal in the back of the net, so we will find out who is the first one to do it and pretty much take this game, because at this point we are entering golden goal territory. Kyle trying to be that guy to do it. Kyle, I know, has hit like 1,500 or something, so for novice, I know he's really good. Kyle is kind of crazy. But it's looking like the Pawns are going to be the ones to score. No, it gets cleared away. Drizzard trying to put this off his own backboard.
Oh my gosh!
That one, it's not on target. In overtime with 0-0, although we've had, I don't even know how many shots, I can't hit tab. We've had over 12 shots combined, and no goals have been scored.
I can't believe the amount of posts and crossbars that have been hit so far. I'm going to lose my mind soon. And then it seems like every time someone gets an actual good shot on net, somehow there is a defender there from either team. And yeah, the amount of shots and the amount of saves are just ridiculous in one game alone.
One game alone, especially for no goals to be scored. But 30 seconds in, you know, sometimes in overtime, it can have the craziest shots, as that one right there could have been a great one. But no, it's going to be a counterattack, but a great save from Halo, cutting off all of the offense there. But that's a good pass from Mocha Latte. I love saying that name. And Kyle's able to get clear to the corner, but Dorfin's able to put this one back mid. Halo gonna get cut off by his own teammate Kyle, but Kyle, you know what, if you're getting cut off by Kyle, it's because he wants to do something with the ball. He tries to do something there. Sieben, he puts that one up high. Halo with the shot, no, it gets saved away by Dorfin, but Kyle's there.
There it is!
Able to put the goal in a minute into overtime, and finally, we get a goal.
Finally, the quick challenge from Halo pops that straight up off the ceiling, and Drizzard is not there on time. Kyle is waiting patiently in the midfield, and that's finally they're able to hit an open net. So good on Kyle for being the first one in the lobby to hit an open net, and that'll put Diffusion up 1-0, and with just 1-0 in the game. Very, very close match, this first one.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we saw Diffusion put up 9 shots to Pawn's 7, but Diffusion also put up 6 shots to Pawn's 4, which means Diffusion hit the post like 7 different times. Like, they genuinely just could not hit the net. And I will say, the 4 saves that Pawns had were crazy saves. Like, I felt that Diffusion had so many more goal-scoring opportunities, but the Pawns were able to save them away. And the same for the other end as well. I thought Pawns definitely had a couple for sure goals, but there were a couple mishaps and a couple great saves. But in the end, it was Diffusion that came out on top. So game number 2 here, I think both teams, if they're able to stick to what they just did, we're going to have a very interesting series, as Kyle makes already a fantastic save. But Dorfin, he's trying to get the pressure, keep the pressure up here. But Drizzard, that's an open net! And finally, open net gets scored by the Pawns.
Pawns this time with their own open net. It looks like both players from Diffusion just kind of drifting out, looking for some boost. It wasn't there, and they weren't in goal, so I mean, Pawns is just going to throw that one in. That's about as easy as it gets.
Yeah, you know, it would have been crazy if that one missed. But instead, Pawns do take the lead, and 1 goal might just be enough, but they're looking for a second here as Mocha Latte bangs that one down to Dorfin. Dorfin tried to get the shot, but instead, it's just a little bit more pressure. Halo's trying to get the clear here. Kyle gets another touch, but that one's straight to Dorfin. Dorfin, his touch not great, so Siben's able to get the clear. Now Kyle with the counterattack. Kyle, he's going to get challenged immediately by Drizzard, but that one's going to go mid. Sieben with the shot, gets saved away by Mocha Latte, and Dorfin with the great clear. Can Kyle get there in time? He can with a great save. And once again, a little team passing play. Maybe intentional, maybe not, but it looked great. That's what matters. And Halo now trying to keep this pressure up for Diffusion. And a minute into this game, Dr. Waffles, we have seen great offense from both these teams, but no goal coming out for Diffusion. Do you think Diffusion have what it takes to score, or will Pawns keep this shutout going?
You know, I think it's just one of those instances like the last game. I really don't see much of a difference. There's a lot of advanced plays going on here. Kyle again coming through for Diffusion. The only goal from last game. This time off the pass from Sieben, popping it over Drizzard's head. And I was just about to say Diffusion are due any minute now, because I really didn't see much of a difference from last game. Both teams putting on fantastic shots, getting fantastic saves, just like last game. But but it really just came up to Diffusion having enough chances to finally hit the net, and there it is.
Yeah, and Kyle, the only goal scorer so far for Diffusion. And he's been the one kind of creating all the offense, too. He has been a really big factor for them even making the play-ins, honestly. They have done a really good job. So now we'll see if they can continue it. Dorfin, gotta be the player, a player to look out for. Gets a demo there, trying to create some pressure here. Now Drizzard trying to get a challenge on Halo, but Halo, it's a nice touch. Trying to get it over Mocha Latte, but he's not able to. And Steven is able to get the clear. Nice little touch as well. Steven with that dunk. He's just doing it all. But Kyle gets beat by Drizzard, so Halo has to take a little bit of time here, but he kind of backflips. You know, it happens sometimes. And Mocha not able to get the touch, but Drizzard's there. Able to put it mid-high. Steven's able to get the clear. 2.5 minutes in. There was some good pressure there for the Pawns for a while, but Diffusion are able to get the clear. Steven not able to stop the ball going right back into the Diffusion half, but a good bump. That one could be huge. Kyle can air dribble. I know he can. That was going to go off the backboard. Halo, you got to score. And
There
Halo
it is! Again, Kyle creating offense. Fantastic bump from the rotating Diffusion teammate. Kyle gets that over the first two defenders, and Halo there to finish it off behind the last. Fantastic play from Diffusion, and although Pawns are having their own chances, Diffusion seem to be able to finish those more advanced plays more often, and it's really working out for them so far. And again, Halo, this time just beating out the defender in midfield off the challenge, throws that off the ceiling, and that one's just in. Not even off the ceiling, just a big old floater.
Yeah, I think both of them thought it was going to hit the ceiling. And so they both missed. I mean, even you thought it was going to hit the ceiling, you know? Like, it looked like it like barely scraped it. But no, instead, it's just going to fall right into the back of the Pawns net. And that has to be super demoralizing if you're the Pawns. Kyle with the flip reset. And Halo there for the pass. Oh my goodness, what a play.
I was happy for them, but now they're just being mean. This is getting out of hand very quickly. Kyle, resets are not allowed in Novice. Who didn't tell this man? That's not okay. But fantastic finish from Halo there with a hat trick. And Diffusion running away with this game too. And you hate to see that if you're Pawns. After that first game being so close, you really want to come back in game two swinging. Trying to get yourself back into this series. Because with a best of 5, you go down 2. And it is so difficult to come back in a series this short, and so Pawns really on their heels here with just 1:40 left, and Diffusion are still pushing.
Yeah, and we saw a reverse sweep in the last series, but the difference between that one and this one, I felt like the Assassins were kind of in all those games. This game right here, the Pawns really aren't in. It has been domination from the Diffusion boys ever since the Pawns scored. And this one looking like even more of an opportunity now. Steven, I think he's kind of hunting for a demo. Oh, but he doesn't get it, and so Mocha Latte is able to get the clear. Able to maybe create some offense here, but a minute remaining, and there's really not much, you know, I feel like the Pawns can do. I feel like the Pawns have just been shut down on every single attempt, and I feel like the Diffusion boys, they've got their number pretty much on lock, but maybe not, as Dorfin tries to put it behind the defense, raises the post, and a great save there from Halo. And an opportunity like that, you don't see it every day, Dr. Waffles, but you know what? You're not going to see it again, probably.
Yeah, not this late in the game. Pawns needed that one if they had any chance of coming back and making this second game into a game. I mean, it was a great attempt and it was a good play, but you got to hit those shots. It was a good idea trying to shoot behind the defense, but if you hit the post, it doesn't matter. And Pawns, I guess, just struggling with shooting accuracy, but just as I say that, Dorfin here, although it may be too late by now, Dorfin does get a goal possibly for the road, but I mean, at this point, it's technically possible.
12 seconds per goal. That's all it is. We will see if they're able to get it here. Dorfin, that was a really nice, well-placed, well-powered shot. Probably the best shot I've seen from Pawns all day, but now we will see if they have one more or two more in them. They're going to need a lot of offense, though, and it's not looking good as the ball is stuck in their half. Nobody's going to be able to get to this ball for a little bit, at least. Halo not gonna go for this ball. Oh, that one could be a counter-attacking opportunity, but it's too little too late. Time is running out, and now it hits the floor, and Diffusion go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, And I really think the difference here is the style of offense that we're seeing. I'm seeing Diffusion controlling the ball, playing patiently, waiting for demos and bumps, waiting for teammates to come up and help for the passes. Um, Kyle, especially with the offensive control, giving Sebin, I think Sebin probably has the most demos time to bump that defensive line. Diffusion are working together. They're creating team opportunities, and you're just not seeing as much of that from the Pawns. And both of these guys having fantastic defenses so far. Diffusion is going to win that offensive push every time if you have that extra support from your teammates. So I think that if Diffusion can keep up the team plays, the demos and the passes and the patience, or if Pawns can't figure out how to stop getting demoed or change up their offensive push, I think Diffusion are going to keep their momentum.
We will have to see in game number 3 here. Game number 3 can be a little dicey sometimes for teams that are up 2-0. For me, whenever I went up 2-0, I only swept one time this season. So like I know losing game 3s is like very common for teams that are up, but you don't want to take the foot off the gas pedal, especially in play-ins. I mean, we saw last series, we saw a reverse sweep, so we know it's definitely possible. But man, that's a great shot from Kyle. It's gonna go off the post, off the crossbar. It was a little bit unfortunate, but so far, Diffusion, that was the first shot of the game. Or no, second shot. Pawns actually had a shot. Never mind. And they're able to get one there, and a little bit more pressure here. And their pressure is good, but the defense from the Diffusion boys has been, I mean, almost, I can't say perfect, because they've gotten scored on a couple of times, but it's been near perfect, and they are able to do pretty much anything they want. And, I mean, a minute in, I feel like that's not changing. Oh my gosh, I lied.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Mocha
God.
Latte. You're right, it is fun to say that. That was the first time I've said that. Mocha Latte there with the absolute sauce on offense, beating one to the ball, chipping the ball over the next, and after that, that is just a completely open net. And Mocha Latte setting Pawns on his shoulder and just trucking along, trying to get some offense going in this game 3, because from here on, it is all or nothing. Oh my gosh, that was scary.
Oh my gosh.
Just
Wait,
as I
what?
said that, Diffusion with the answer.
Wait, was that a pinch? Okay, they had to pinch this because Halo scored it. So the boys, that's 148 kph. I don't know what that's insane. How do you pinch it from that angle? Oh my god, there's nothing that the Pawns can do there. You just gotta, you're like, hey, whatever, bro. Like, hey, that's a goal, I guess. You know, like, unfort, go next. That is absolutely crazy. But you know, they answered really quickly, and that's what you really want to do after you take a deficit like that. But the Pawns, they're looking to answer right back. Mocha Latte puts that one off the backboard. Dorfin's shot not going to be anywhere on target, and so George, he's going to try to get this one once again midfield, but Sebin able to get it over to Kyle, and Kyle's able to get the clear. Kyle's able to get a follow, but Dorfin pops it up over him. Halo is the first one up to that ball, though. Kyle's on the sidewall. What the heck? It's a great touch or something. I don't know, but it was a touch indeed. And
Yeah.
sometimes I'm just astonished by these plays from the novice players.
I think, yeah, Diffusion, absolutely. They are all over the ball. They don't care who's there. They are being impatient with the rotations in a good way, and it's working out for them. They are quick on it, and they're cutting, and they really don't care if a Pawns player is on it or not. They're just going to go. No respect, and so it really dumbs down Pawns' offense quite a bit. And hopefully, if Pawns want to get back into this, hopefully they kind of bring the same strategy, because at this point, Diffusion's playing so much quicker. I don't think they have any choice but to just try to match that speed. Either that or slow way down and throw them off. Not really sure what the answer there is.
We'll have to find out. But honestly, it feels like it's kind of just Kyle. It's kind of just like jumping at everything. Like he says, "Oh, see ball, hit ball," and his two teammates are backing him up really well. So I think credit to Halo and Sebin to be able to adapt to Kyle's kind of just, I don't want to say chasiness, but yeah, pretty much ball chasiness, because that's what he's been doing, and it's been working for him, as they are tied in this game, but they are up 2-0 in the series. And Kyle once again on the ball, getting it past one, tries to get it past mid, but Sebin, they should be able to follow this one, try to get it past mid, but Halo sitting very far back, very patiently. Sebin tried to cut that pass off immediately, but Kyle's going to be there instead. Kyle maybe has a shot opportunity here. That one's going to be off the post, but a great clear there. Mocha Latte is downfield, but Steven's able to intercept that ball. Now Halo, he has a shooting opportunity here. Can he place it? He can! What a beautiful shot!
Halo! And with a couple minutes now, 2.5 minutes of no score, a bunch of midfield battle, Halo finally coming through off that pinch off the wall there. Great placement, difficult for Pawns to get up to that one. And Diffusion setting themselves up for success in 3 games here.
Yeah, that's Halo's 5th goal this series, so Halo's absolutely shooting the ball really well. Steven with another dunk. I've seen Steven do that specific dunk like 3 different times as well. I feel like this team, they know what they like to do, and they're doing it well. And so far, it's been working really well for them this series, and they look to continue it, but it's got to be, it's been on the backs of Kyle and Halo on offense, as Kyle tries to get another goal there. But Steven cannot be discredited for his offensive efforts so far, and his defensive efforts as well. But this team, they've been working so well together. We'll see if the Pawns are able to break down their structure. That one can be broken down now as, oh, Halo gets it over too. But Mocha Latte is able to keep the ball in play, trying to get it past mid, but his touch just isn't there, isn't good enough. And now a little bit of offense that the Pawns had is going to die, and 30 seconds left. It's going to be a nail biter. Steven trying to continue up this pressure now. The Pawns don't have many opportunities left. Dorfin is going to bang this one down the field. Drizzard, this is a shooting opportunity, but it's going to go wide. Now Kyle trying to take possession of the ball. He gets it past one. Now they have the opportunity to pinch, and they do. That's the second time we've seen that pinch, and it's all the way down to the Pawns half. 5 seconds remaining, Dr. Waffles, and barring a miracle, this game is pretty much over. That one could be shot. What a save. And what
that was their chance, but Diffusion shuts them down. Diffusion, well played, taking their first round of play-ins in 3 games, and they will be moving on. They have their place in playoffs. Pawns are going to have to head down to that losers bracket per se. Yeah, fantastic showing from both teams. Really, those games were pretty close, except for game 2. Game 1 was fantastic. And this game 3 was also really, the Pawns actually had a chance. And you know, that was a tough ending, finishing with a shot right in front of you, but a Diffusion player getting in the way last minute. So yeah, great game. Excited for the rest. I believe next we're going to be moving on to Titan, and you guys will be unlucky enough to see me there again.
Haha, yeah, but it's going to be my Spartans going up to Titan. So yeah, we will be right back, and okay, definitely stick around because we've got, I think, 3 more matches after that one too, or something like that. So we got plenty of Rocket League for you guys, so definitely stick around, and yeah, we'll be right back.
moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but time my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload, and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory, and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting.
Here now, cutting through the rolling. Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Heaven knows. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
The first Titan League matchup of the entire day, of the entire play-in, and it is going to be an absolute banger as we get to see the Spartans take on Diversion here. It should be an absolute banger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm excited for this one. Jumping all the way from novice to Titan. Going to be quite the change of pace there. And I'm excited for it. On Diversion, we've got G Games, Phoenix, and Burr sitting in the 7th seed, with Spartans in the 8th seed, Scully, Distant, and Foam sitting over there on the Spartans. And we are we're looking for a juicy one today. These teams definitely both deserve their spot in the playoffs. But it doesn't matter if because one needs to lose today. One needs to lose, one needs to win. So we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes indeed, as both these teams coming into this match are very hungry for a play-in win, mainly because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think this is Diversion's first ever play-in appearance. So it's going to be an absolute smoke show for them. I'm sure their org is having an absolute blast just coming into this one because of just the implications it means for them. And Spartans, they're not familiar with the play-ins either. Actually, this is one of their first times in the play-ins as well. They usually either make playoffs or they don't make it at all. So both teams new to the play-in format. We'll see if this has any effect on either of these teams here, Dr. Waffles.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at some of these stats here. I love stats so much, and I'm seeing players from both of these teams really showing up on these stat sheets. Especially like Foam being way up there in goals, but then on the other side of the field, we've got Burr, who's way up in assists, helping out his team every chance he can get, and Foam also leading in not leading the league, but up there in the top 5 in shots. So we've got some big names in the Titan League ready to show off today, and it's like I said, it's quite a jump from novice to Titan. So I'm excited to be a part of this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a jump, but a good jump in terms of skill. So both these teams are in the lobby. Both these teams are ready to go. So I am wondering, Dr. Waffles, what is your prediction for this match?
Ooh, that is a tough one, considering I don't know these teams very well. Just like novice. I don't really pay attention to anything except for prospect. So much so that I was just thinking about it when I was trying to say novice. But from first look, I think I'm gonna go Spartans here. I think that Foam being so high up on some of those stat sheets, I think he's gonna show up today.
You know, and I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, he's just such a great player, and we just see it time and time again, him just perform in big moments. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Waffles, but there is not a moment besides the rest of playoffs, of course, that's going to get any bigger than this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, from here on, it's do or die. And, once you're in playoffs, obviously it's nerve-wracking, but, it's debatably even worse sitting down here in play-ins, not only having to go through playoffs if you make it through play-ins, but having to prove yourself to even get into playoffs in the first place. Being in the middle of the pack is tough. You have to play so many more games. You don't get that week break. There's a lot more planning. There's a lot less freedom to do whatever. So I'm sure some of these guys are in school and stuff, so they're taking their last couple weeks of summer to work on Rocket League. As Foam there, top of the stat sheets and now top of the leaderboard coming into this first game. Foam, absolute banger off the pinch from off the post from distant. Great start here for our Spartans.
I think I know what he was doing all summer long, and that is freshening up on his Rocket League skills, because if you remember, I believe he was in Rival last season, and he played on Vortex, if I'm not mistaken. He's such a great player, and so glad to see him finally taking on that role of one of the key players on this Spartans team. And in my humble opinion, I think he is one of, if not the best player on this Spartans team, and to be that and a GM is incredible, but Burr is going to put an incredible shot in the back of the net.
Burr, absolute banger off of the challenge from Poods there. Throws it mid. Distant is having a little trouble getting himself turned around in net. Wasn't ready for Burr there, waiting in the midfield. And very quickly, the diversion will even the playing field here.
Yes, they will. And evening the playing field is something so crucial, especially in this game number 1. And Poods has just make me eat my words.
They say don't get even, get ahead, and Poods agrees. G throwing that off the corner. I think Foam expected him to control and maybe go up that wall there, and G recognized that and just threw it off that corner as fast as he could, and Poods was ready for that one. Fantastic play from Diversion.
An absolute alley-oop coming out from Diversion, and they're playing really, really well. I believe I casted a Diversion match before they headed into play-ins quite recently, actually, and they looked really, really good. So glad to see them kind of step it up here against the Spartans team, who they aren't too shabby themselves, and we're seeing that here. But Poods, an incredible double touch. It's going to touch the backboard. We see Distant. He's going to take a touch. He now has an open net, but he can't quite flick it. Poods, an amazing save. It's going to be sent up into the sky. Burr has it down, and it's now going to go to down and Distant. Distant He's going to take it off the backboard. There's no way he hits this. Oh my goodness,
Oh
that
my
was so
goodness.
close. Poods now on the other end. He's trying to find any single opening for this
Oh, there it is.
Diversion team. And oh, there was almost an opening for this Spartans team, but unfortunately here, Dr. Waffles, it's not going to go.
Yeah, Spartans had a great offensive push there. Distant taking his time on those challenges in the midfield, trying to give his team enough time to grab some boost and get back onto that offensive push, setting up for passes, and it almost worked out for them, but Diversion standing strong thus far.
Yep, standing strong and standing tall is something that's good, especially if you have that lockdown defense. We'll see if that's a key factor as the series commences. And as I say that, a little bit of some worrisome defense there. Fortunately for them, it is not cleared out. G Games taking the ball down the pitch over to Scully, who's going to have another touch. Amazing play from him. Hope we see more of him in the future. Is Scully going to take this ball now? Off the sidewall it goes. He has an unfortunate go at it. Burr get a 50 Scully, and it's just bully ball from the Spartans. They're trying to find any sort of offensive pressure here, and as of right now, Dr. Waffles, they're not really finding it.
Yeah, a minute left, and they are gonna have to rush this a little bit. It is only one goal, but with Diffusion playing such good defense right now, did I say Diffusion again? Diversion playing such good defense right now, and Spartans having a few missed shots. They're gonna have to figure something out here, and it seems like Diversion is not phased by their offensive pushes, even with the attempted bumps and demos. Foam now, though, with an attempt, but yeah, nothing's going to come of it. Diversion is playing smart and playing patient.
Yep, and with 30 seconds remaining, that might just win them the game as Burr, quite the opposite of that, try to take it up the wall. G Games going to bounce it down low. Pood's not going to be able to get a touch. Instead, it's Foam. Out to Scully. He puts it off the backboard, and Burr with an amazing clear. Scully back out to distance. The turn, the bang, the shot. No! It doesn't go. 7 seconds left. Foam, he's not going to be able to make it, and Burr has shut this game down.
That is so unfortunate and so disrespectful. Distant had an entire net to shoot on. I mean, albeit it was a tough angle, to be fair, but it was still a completely empty net. He could have taken his time. And just to put salt in the wound, Burr throws that one all the way across the field. And although Foam does actually put one in here right off the kickoff, with 1 second left, this isn't impossible.
I think it is actually very possible. 1 second left. We'll see how this kickoff goes. Who's on the
Surely
kickoff?
they just kill it, right?
I mean,
Jump
surely.
on top of the ball.
Yeah. Burr and Foam gonna collide, and a great kickoff from Burr, and that's going to win Diversion the game. I feel like Burr put on an absolute performance in this game one, and if he continues this performance, he's going to have himself one heck of a series.
Absolutely. Spartans definitely came out strong on this one. Taking their shot early on in the game, going up by a goal almost immediately, but Diversion coming back with answers every single time. And although Spartans made a good push at the end there, had some good offense going, Diversion really didn't seem to care. They were standing tall in goal. They were challenging every time I saw a pass go mid. It seemed like it was usually Burr was already up for that, almost as if he had pre-jumped it. He is reading the Spartans offense so well right now, and I think that if Diversion can keep this up, they are sitting pretty so far in the series.
Yeah, I completely agree. A good offense is a good defense, as they've definitely been displaying that. Burr, the man in question, going to try to take a double tap. Instead, it's going to waterfall to the ground. Now the Spartans on the other end. Scully trying to flick it over. It's going to be defended very well by Burr. G Games. Off the backboard it goes. Distance gets a touch out to Poods. He can't quite find anything to go. And Scully now with the flip reset. Can he get to the ball? He can't quite. And Diversion, even though they're playing some good defense, Spartan's actually putting on an attack here. He misses the ball. Scully top spins. What a shot to get Spartans the lead.
That is what you need if you're Spartans. Just absolute and almost unintelligible aggression. Just going for the ball as many times as you can. And good things end up happening for Spartans there. And they're going to go up again first in this second game.
Yeah, and you know what? Having a 1-0 lead is not bad, but it was almost a tie game. As I say that, I mean, Burr, it seems like every time I try to talk, really just praise the Spartans team, he answers back. So I think for the time being, we'll refrain from doing that as Distant. He's going to take a touch off the sidewall. Going to try to get one more, but Burr, again, making his presence known. G Games, a very good defensive game from him in this series. Hoods now with a touch. He's going to send it over to Distant, who has a touch out to the mid. Foam with a shot. Oh my, that was almost on. And if he scored that, Dr. Waffles, that would have been an absolute clanger.
Yeah, that you would have loved to see that if you were Spartans. It was a little bit of more of just a pot shot, kind of taking that all the way from the midfield, but it was still close. You know, attempts will eventually find the back of the net, just like Poods there, throwing it on net from the middle of the field. Pass from Burr and G Games. I thought he bumped that last defender, but I guess he just couldn't get up to the ball. Shot it behind him. Well, in that case, fantastic placement from Poods.
Yeah, Poods is really putting on a performance here. I mean, he's honestly been probably the second best player on this diversion team. Just he's the second man. He's been playing absolutely out of his mind in the offensive zone, and we see Scully up with the ball. He's not going to quite find a touch. Instead, it's Foam. Foam going to get one. He can't quite find a second. It's up. Poods going to make his first touch. Tries to hit it down. Scully going to be there to receive it, but Burr again. It just seems like no ball can get past this Burr guy. He's really just taking over this game so far. We'll see if this continues as Scully now with a little bit of a dribble. Almost caught Poods on the back end. Foam tries to jump up for it. Distant as well. Seems like this diversion defense is really settling in here. Scully pops it up. Foam gonna get a nice clear, but it's out to a diversion attacker. Gets immediately demoed. Backboard it goes. Foam down the pitch. Can he get one more touch? Oh my goodness, he almost does, but it fakes out an opponent. Off the ceiling it goes. Burr with an amazing pre-jump and diversion. They now have a counterattack the other way. Can they capitalize? Not really. And with a minute, less than 2 minutes remaining in this game number 2, how are you really seeing things go down, Dr. Waffles?
You know, this game is much closer than the first, but I'm really seeing more diversion possession. Pawns did answer, or sorry, no, Pawns. I'm stuck in novice. Spartans, sorry. I'm all over the place. Spartans starting out strong, but then Distant keeping it going. Just as I was about to say, I feel like diversion still has most of the possession here. Distant cuts that off in the midfield, and Poods is a little awkward. Distant will finish that one himself and throws this Spartans team on his back, and they're finally ahead late in the game. A minute and a half left, and they have hope of coming back.
You know, I think that hope is very bright for this Spartans team, who last season they struggled to get a win, and now they're in the play-ins fighting for a playoff spot. What a turnaround their organization has had, and it has to do with the man actually playing in this match. Foam, he's done a great job. We'll see if he can't contribute to this Spartan team, but Burr trying to erase any sort of progress the Spartans have made. Unfortunately, it's not going to go for him. Poods dribbling it. He's going to try to get another touch. Instead, it's going out to G Games. Ball is popped up. Scully going to get one touch. Out to Burr. Foam going to try to 50 it. That was a dangerous 50. If that was the Fennec, I mean, bigger car wins majority of the 50s. That could have been a different story there, Dr. Waffles.
Yeah, I think. Oh my. Okay, sorry. I think that Fennec has the Rocket League hitbox. So I don't know if they're actually bigger. So I don't know if I can back you up on that statement. But without me being pretentious, that was a fantastic challenge from. Oh my gosh! I need to stop talking. Every time I'm trying to analyze something great happens. Poods, the 3-man passing play from diversion to tie this back up. That's a lot of 2s on the board. We love to see it. I'm not sure who it's a good omen for, but someone's about to get something good out of this. And if you're Spartans leading for so much of this game, it is really nerve-wracking here, because if you lose this one, you're down 2-0 in the series. Foam throwing that one down, but no one to follow.
Oh no.
1
no, there's
second
nobody
left.
back.
Who's with the shot? Ah!
Oh my goodness. That was an open net, and Diversion couldn't capitalize. That was such a close chance. We'll see if they can't hear Poods off the ceiling. It's going to float down. In this overtime, it's just beginning, but I have the feeling it's going to be a long overtime as Burr sends it off the sidewall. It's going to be a shot from Foam. It's not going to do much. G Games, an excellent player against that Dragon in that Dragon series. That was on stream not so long ago.
Oh,
Burr!
no.
What a shot!
no.
Oh my goodness! It's not going to go. Unfortunate bounce, and Diversion almost getting the win, and oh my goodness, they're about to do it again. Burr with the shot. He puts it away, and Diversion, they're going to take a 2-0 series lead.
G Suey. Holy cow. Finally, Burr puts this one away. The offensive pressure from Diversion in those last few seconds was incredible. And eventually, Spartans cracked. They found a chink in the armor, and they capitalized. Diversion, fantastic play so far. Destroying in that first game and staying strong when Spartans come back with an answer in the second game. And they figure out a way to pull through even after trailing for most of this second game. So Diversion going up 2-0 in the series, looking at a second in a row sweep for tonight. We'll see if they can make it happen, but they're looking good.
Yeah. I mean, the plans are such a funny thing, aren't they? I mean, we had the first 2 matches on stream, both nail biters, down to the wire, and then the last 2, they've been, even though this series has been close games-wise, it has not been close in the actual series score. So we'll see if this has any implication for how the rest of the series is going to play out. Map number 3, it is a Spartans reverse sweep that is going to happen here in order for them to take this series, and I'm wondering if they might be up to the task here.
Honestly, great question, and I'm not sure, because they show so much potential. They have the offensive pressure. They scored first in both of those first 2 games, and it's really just about, if you can score first, that's great, but you gotta quell this Diversion offense. They are pushing unrelentlessly, or relentlessly. I know words. Don't worry about it. And just like that, right there, G Games not giving any respect to this Spartans team. Scully trying to control, and G Games says, "No, sir, do something with the ball now, or I'm gonna be on top of you." And it ends up working out. Diversion just bullying Spartans right now.
Yeah, they're doing an absolute disservice to this Spartans team, who have been looking pretty good. I'm surprised they haven't really found their momentum here. I feel like they definitely have something that they can build off of, but unfortunately they have Burr on the other side. What a shot!
Oh my gosh!
Unfortunately this isn't go in, but G Games is gonna finish it away.
That was great try from Burr there. The angle was insane, and that's difficult for a Spartans defense to read. And it's a lot easier when you're on the offensive side of that kind of ball coming off the post there. So G Games getting his second goal just over a minute in this game 3. And Spartans are going to have to find an answer right now to this Diversion offense, but it just keeps getting stronger. Either that or Spartans are starting to struggle, and which, you can't blame them this far into a series when your only hope so far in game 2 was taken from you in overtime. It's difficult. If you're Spartans here, you really got to clear their head, and it seems like they just can't do that yet. So G Games, less than a minute and a half in this series, has a hat trick, but Scully now trying to give his team some hope. Does pop a goal in there after after Burr on the attempted pinch out. Can't get a good touch, can't get the touch he wanted. So Scully giving his team some hope, and it's possible again. We have a game here.
Oh yeah, we definitely have a game in front of us. As you know, I feel like Spartans have to put one more in the back of the net decently soon, and that will allow them to have ample amount of time to score that tying goal. But in the same sense, they have to be perfect on the defensive side if they want to have a chance to come back into this one. And Diversion have been so good just dwelling in that Spartan zone that, I mean, it's just looking a little impossible. But we see a very good attempt at a play there. Foam trying to hit a psycho, but instead Burr is just going to hit the ball in the back of his net.
Yeah, Foam, I think maybe trying to do a little too much there. I mean, although that's a difficult shot to even get up for in the first place. So good on him for getting there, but then couldn't get that follow-up touch to get it out from in front of the net. And Burr calls his bluff on that psycho, and it ends up working out for him. So 4-1 with just under 3 minutes left in this game 3, and Diversion are sitting pretty so far.
Oh yeah, they're sitting real pretty. And oh wait, almost a shot going to be sent in the back of the net. Foam has been a shooter all series long. He needs to get his team back into this one, or else it's going to be yet another clean sweep by a team in a row. We'll see if that will or will not happen, as G Games is going to send it down the pitch. G Games with another touch. A little bit of a delayed touch, but it worked out in his favor. Foam gonna save it away. Scully now going to get demoed over to Distant, who has a touch down the pitch. Boots been electric all series long. He's going to get a nice 50 out to the side. Burr can't quite read that, and it's the Spartans taking their time here, and I feel like there's not much time to be had if you are the Spartans at this moment, Dr. Waffles.
No, Diversion are just kind of sitting on their heels, bracing themselves. They know that they have a massive lead here, and there's really no need to be too hasty here. And so Diversion are just waiting, killing the clock, as Spartans are scrambling and doing everything they can to try to get past that defense. But when you have two Diversion players just always back now, it's going to be difficult to break through that. And not only that, but 3 goals every 30 seconds to be able to come back in this game 3.
Yeah, that should be a tall task, but for the Spartans, you know, I've seen crazier. As Scully is going to send it back towards his own net, over to Boots, who has a shot, and oh my, Boots having himself one heck of a game.
Eesh. Scully there, I'm not sure if he meant to give that to Distant or what he was really trying to do there, to be honest, but unfortunate, and Distant couldn't get back to clean up. And so Diversion up by 4 now, with coming on a minute left, and unfortunately, we hate to say it, but I think this first round of play-ins for Spartans might be chalked. Yeah. Just maybe.
You know, just maybe. As you know, there's still 50 seconds left. It is possible, but it's not really that possible. As we see G Games trying to hit another amazing shot this game. Scully. Flip reset in hand. He gets a nice pop, but Pood's going to block it away. Putin's pre-jumping Foam. Foam gets a nice touch, but it's out to Burr, who sends it back out to G Games. G Games, a nice wave dash. I mean, the movement there is incredible. G Games trying to find a pass, and he ends up doing so. Boots, he's going to dunk him out, and we might be taking a trip to Brazil.
G Games, that's disgusting. He is having himself a game. A triple wave dash off the wall there to keep his momentum since he was boostless, to get that around 2 defenders. The movement, the finger agility, it is insane coming out from G Games right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been ridiculous all series long, not even on the offensive side. He's just been ridiculous all over the pitch. I mean, he's just really sending his team into good positions, and that's ultimately what won them the series, as the time is going to tick down. And oh man, Spartans have not wanted a game to end as fast as this one. And the ball is going to hit the earth, and Diversion going to sweep their way to potential playoff berth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fantastic from Diversion, I got to say. Spartans put up a great fight, and, they showed some promise, but then in this third game, they kind of fell apart. So Diversion now definitely putting themselves in a much better spot, looking into playoffs here for Diversion, going on to play. I believe it would be the 1 seed for Diversion now, right?
Yes.
Heading on, looking at that 1 seed in Titans, and looking good. From if they're playing like they played tonight, they're gonna have a strong showing with that one. So great showing from both teams here. Up next, we're going to head into the Prospect League, where we've got the Wyverns versus Hypernova, and we will see who ends up playing me actually. In the first round of playoffs.
Spicy, Dr. Waffles.
I'll be paying attention to that one. Yeah, I'll be paying attention to that
one. If you guys aren't going to pay attention to that one, that would be kind of a travesty. But I want to thank you all for letting me cast for you today. It's always a pleasure. And Dr. Waffles, thanks for hopping in the booth with me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And coming up next, as you just stated, Hypernova, Wyverns. You don't want to miss it, guys. We'll be back after this.
For me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne. I was broken and torn at the seams. Now it feels good that you're using me. You're the fever in all of my dreams. See red when you're making me blue. And I hate that I think that it's cute when you blush cause you're hiding the truth. Maybe we just take to being stoned instead of always throwing sticks and stones. Cause I'm higher when we're going up in smoke. You're so bad. Cause baby you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. Cause I'm in love with the way that it hurts me to stay. You're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne. She's not crazy about me, she's just crazy. They call her bad for me, I call her baby. She's not crazy about me, she's just crazy. They call her bad for me, I call her baby. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. Cause I'm in love with the way that it hurts me to stay. Baby, you're bad for me, but don't feel bad for me. It's a shame, it's a pain, so let's pop the champagne.
Sometimes I can't help but feel like I don't belong here. Out of place, out of mind, like all the time. There's nothing else that feels like it's meant for me. But I've got a sweet escape. Under bright light, illuminate my face. Under bright light, it's shining down on us. Under bright light, illuminate your face. Under bright light, that's when I come alive. sees reflection in your eyes. There's nothing that compares to this energy. I've got a sweet escape under bright light. Illuminate my face under bright light. They're shining down on us under bright light. Illuminate your face under bright light. That's when I come
Ring once, ring twice. Guess you're not picking up your phone. Hung out to dry. Ring three, ring four. Arguing with your dial tone. Call back once more, yeah. We went from everything to nothing in a night, and I never saw it coming. Tell me why you couldn't leave me something to hold at night. Yeah, you messed me up when you cut me off. Lost my mind with you. I'ma need some therapy. How do we go from being the perfect to strangers in a room? I need some therapy. Some therapy. Pictures got me scrolling through all the memories. It's too heavy. I never got closure, so I keep playing it over and over. I'm always stuck in a mood. Oh, I hate that. We went from everything to nothing in a night, and I never saw it coming. Tell me why you couldn't leave me something to hold at night. Yeah, you messed me up when you cut me off. Lost my mind with you. I'ma need some therapy. How do we go from being the perfect to strangers in a room? I'ma need some therapy. Some therapy. Ring once, ring twice. Guess you're not picking up your phone. Oh yeah, you messed me up when you cut me off. Lost my mind with you. I'ma need some therapy. How do we go from being the perfect to strangers in a room? I need some therapy. up your phone. Do you remember the taxi, the backseat? You kissed me, and you kept playing Britney on repeat. It killed me. We watched The Shining 12 times. You liked when I held you tight. So why'd you let me go? It's all water under the bridge. Won't blame you for what you did. Chose you and you chose him. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Have you shown him the tattoo that I drew for you? With a pen in the bathroom at 18, we went to a sketchy tattoo parlor. We hid it from your mother. Does she still ask about me? It's all water under the bridge. Friends say it's time to forgive. Chose you and you chose him. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Sometimes I think I'm fine, but some tears just don't dry. So now when I cry, sometimes I think I'm fine, but some tears just don't dry. So now when I cry, yeah. It's all water under the bridge. You know that I can't swim. I chose you and you chose him. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in water under the bridge. Won't blame you for what you did. Chose you and you chose him. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Water under the bridge, but I'm drowning in it. Like a lover, 6 feet under, you hold me like a ghost. Why do you come back to break a heart that you already broke? Yeah. Stop without the coldness and take me notes, darling. I cry the river when I shed it, cry no more. Stop before you fall and just leave me alone, darling. I cry the river when I shed it, cry no more.
Welcome back to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We're back in the Prospect League, where we're having Wyverns versus Hypernova, a play-in match just for battling rights against the number 2 seed, Jaegers. And I'm joined by my co-host Jaegers, as I just said. Jaegers, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, JP. Thanks for asking. And I'm pretty hype about this one. I mean, Hypernova's a good team. Wyverns are a good team. Wyverns were doing really well until Austin dropped the hammer on them, and then they kind of slacked a little bit. But I'm a big fan of this Wyverns roster. Big fan of Rilo. Played with him last season. Really good player. I do know Beatree's also a very good player on the flip side on Hypernova. And I'm just very excited to see how these two teams fare. One thing I did notice is Kryptonic, who's currently on Hypernova, played a few matches for Wyverns as a FA sub. When I was on the Rooks, we played him. So it's I don't know. It's exciting. Both these teams know each other, and it's going to be good.
I'm really excited for this one. Wyverns is in the division that Velocity's in. So I've had my fair share of seeing Wyverns. Wyverns is consistently a good team in this division. I'm really excited to see what happens here today. It's gonna be a matchup that's just gonna probably go all the way, in excitement. Jaegers, quick question, before we get into the game, I want early predictions, right? I want you to tell me what's going to happen in this game. Who's winning it?
Well, I'll tell you who's winning game one. I think that might be Hypernova, but I do see Wyverns taking it in 4. Gentleman's sweep, but the survey does not agree with me, JP. Survey has Wyverns losing to Hypernova 22-14. And I want the viewers just to be reminded, a lot of Hypernova's games were actually played with speed as a sub-up. And being that it's playoffs, play-ins, whatever, semantics, he can't play in them. So I'm really interested to see how this Hypernova team fares whenever they don't have the speed buff.
Yes, I totally agree. I also am thinking along the same way. But I think this game goes to 5. I think a couple things happen Hypernova's way, and then Wyverns sneak it out in game 5. I think it's gonna be a good one. However, regardless, going into just what looks like the playoffs for Prospect League, this play-in match number 1, we got Wyverns versus Hypernova. But in the next match, we would have Faded versus Ember. And that's a good series in of its own. Ember getting in off of a 4-way tie, I believe, for the play-ins. Going up against Faded, who again is also in the same division as Velocity. Another good team coming out of out of the Pacific Division, I believe. I can't really get those down, but anyways, going into playing the loser of this game. And then the winner of this game going on to play Minotaurs, who also is a scary team in Prospect.
Yeah, no, I mean, loser of this game, it's not the end of the world. You still want to get that 7th seed because, Origin is just such a scary roster this season. And Ember, a little early prediction because I might not be here to cast on Wednesday. I really think Fate is going to kick Ember out of the playoffs, say it politely. Ember, I'm not really sure how they play. I've never really watched them play, but before that last game of the season, they lost 5 games in a row. But that being said, looks like everyone's in the lobby. And JP, if you want to go ahead, take us away.
Yes, sir. It is time for Play in Rocket League. Game 1, Wyverns versus Hypernova. Jonesy and Beatree, kickoff underway. Tank Pillow looking for a shot on target. Can't do it. Rilo going to put it downfield. Not going to continue going for it. Caliber going to try and put it off the back wall. In the middle. Rilo gets it down to the other corner for Hypernova. Open shot for Caliber, just slightly off the target. Beatree going to take it back downfield. Jonesy going to deny. Rilo waiting for a touch from Tank Pillow. Tank Pillow to Rilo. Rilo to Kareem. Get it past. Off the wall. Caliber looking for a shot. Tank Pillow there on the back wall. Takes it away. Jonesy following it to the corner. Beatree going to get a clear downfield out of harm's way for Hypernova. Rilo going to put it right back down the other way. Tank going to take it back towards the middle. Jonesy looking for Rilo. Rilo not able to get it. And Jaegers, this game is going in Wyvern's favor as of right now. Like, as I say that, it goes down the field, but it looks like Wyverns has control of the ball downfield for most of the time.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks like it's on the Wyvern side of the field right now, and it looks like it almost got given away. It looks like Cream maybe messed up a little bit. Could have had a shot there, but I mean, the Wyverns just seem to have all the pressure. Caliber just gonna take a 50 off the wall. Beatree's gonna hit to the side. But I mean, Chicken Choker's just gonna take the 50 all day, and it just looks like this is a much faster Wyverns team, and Hypernova just really needs to pick up the paces. Jonesy top bins and in to start off this game number 1.
You love to see it whenever the ball just goes in off the crossbar. Crossbars are usually my least favorite thing of this game, but apparently for Jonesy, it just works out for him. As we go 1-0 Wyverns in this game number 1. O'Caliber and Kareem going for the kickoff. Hypernova going to win the kickoff. Rilo going to pass it over to Caliber. Caliber gives it back to Rilo. Rilo going to take it away to the corner. Not going to follow it up. Jonesy looking for the shot on target, and it goes in. 2-0 Wyverns.
And just really good placement. Chicken Choker almost gets the corner read, but it doesn't matter. Jonesy's there for the cleanup crew. And I mean, no one on Hypernova just ready. And I mean, if Hypernova wants to keep up in this game, keep up in the series, they need to be able to clear the ball downfield and get some shots on target.
Not much they can do about it as of right now, just going down 0-2, but they need to get something together as Tank Pillow puts it towards the middle, nobody there for Hypernova. Kareem looking to take a touch off of it. Rilo's going to deny. Pass to Jonesy. Jonesy going to find it in the bottom corner, and that's a hat trick for the man himself.
And I mean, Jonesy, 2 minutes in, already checking in with the hat trick, and so far, Hypernova just does not have an answer. They just need to clear the ball. They need to mess up these Wyverns rotations. They need to do something to stop this Wyverns team, because right now, at least, the Wyverns are popping off on offense.
Yes, Hypernova needs something to stop the bleeding. Jonesy looking for another shot on target, isn't able to get a connection. Beatree gonna try and get around Rilo, cannot. Tank Pillow gives it back to Cream. Cream gonna put a shot over Jonesy. Jonesy misses. Shot opportunity for Hypernova, not able to go through. Tank Pillow looking to pass it middle for his team. Cream sitting in the middle, unable to as Rilo takes it away. Beatree putting it back to the middle. Somebody's gonna be there for Hypernova, and there it is. Cream putting the first goal on for Hypernova.
Yeah, I mean, O'Caliber just creeped up a little too much. Couldn't double jump in time, and I mean, that's a goal 10 times out of 10. You're not going to miss that one. And Hypernova cuts the lead down by 1.
If it's wide open, it has to go in. Beatree looking to put it down to the corner. Rilo trying to buy time for his Wyverns team. Kareem going to take it to the wall, trying to find something middle. Rilo going to take it away. Going to put it downfield for Beatree. Beatree going to put it over the backboard. Nobody there for Hypernova. As I say that, Kareem going to put a shot.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to find his second.
And I mean, I'm not sure what happened the last 30 seconds ago or so, but I mean, Hypernova just puts in 2 back-to-back goals. And I mean, JP, we've been praising this Wyverns offense, but I mean, so far, whenever Hypernova shoved a little, they're kind of falling apart on defense. O'Caliber gonna get one back here and put the lead up by 2.
It's going to be a high-scoring affair in this game, and not to take anything away from this, Caliber getting a great shot off the kickoff. I mean, Hypernova's trying to find the ways to stop the bleeding, and it's working out for them. Making this game 2-4, and it's anybody's to win at this moment. With 1:57 left, it could go either way. Caliber not going to get a touch off the wall, but going to get it out downfield. Kareem waiting patiently. Is Rilo going to put a shot in the top right corner? And it doesn't get much better than that.
And I mean, Chicken Choker just wanted a piece of that goal-scoring action. O'Caliber's going to fake it. And I mean, the defense just wasn't ready for it. And once again, Wyverns have a comfy 3-goal lead in this one.
Yes. Caliber going to take it down to the corner of Hypernova's side. Cream going to try and get it out. Can't. Jonesy going to find a shot on target. And he's going to come off the corner and in.
Look, dude, top bins and in. I'm pretty sure that's the first. That's a recreation of the first goal, the same exact placement, and once again it works out for Jonesy, taking the crossbar challenge to a whole new level. And I mean, Hypernova really fought back, brought it within one, and then the Wyverns just woke up again. They just decided to play again because this Wyverns team is just rolling.
Here's the thing, Jaegers. Do you think it's going to be a repeat of what happened earlier in this game where Wyverns scored 3 and Hypernova answers back with 2? Like, they need something to stop this onslaught of beating, you know?
I mean, 1 minute left. I don't think the Wyverns are looking back. Chicken Choker's going to clear it here. And, I mean, this Hypernova team really just needs to pick up the pace. This Wyverns roster is just quicker to the ball on almost every occasion, and Hypernova needs to figure something out, maybe even taking the full minute between games just to cool off this Wyvern squad.
Yeah, most definitely. Hypernova needs to get some sort of momentum just to get out of this game and take it into the next game. But Beatree going to put it down the field. Maybe it's going to happen right here. Beatree looking to get it around Rilo. Can't do it. Rilo's going to take it to the corner. Looking for a pass across 1. Jonesy going to look to get past 2. Beatree in the net. Gets it away for Hypernova. Big momentum shift right there. As Rilo misses on the back line, Jonesy going to clear it out. We're back down to the Hypernova half. 10 seconds left on the clock. Jonesy going to put it across the field. Caliber's going to try and regain possession. Does not get it. Cream going to put it down the field for Rilo to hit down. Looking for a shot on net from Hypernova. Caliber going to put it down. And there's no more momentum coming out of Hypernova right there.
Yeah, no, I mean, Wyverns were just playing super aggressive, getting bumps, disrupting the Hypernova rotation. And, I mean, Hypernova, they just... I feel like they're just playing a little too much with reckless abandon here. They're, like, especially on a couple of the kickoffs. I know the third man who went for the boost instead of turning back to the goal just in case any kickoffs didn't go the other way, ended up turning up the field, just didn't make the touch he needed to. And Wyverns got at least 2 goals that way. So, I mean, Hypernova just needs to clear up their defensive rotations, get a good clear on the ball, and, I mean, bring it back to a 1-1 series.
Hypernova definitely needs to be able to, you know, calm down the pressure of this Wyverns roster. Jonesy gonna be awkward in net. Tank Pillow trying to put a shot on target, can't do it. But as you said, you know, Hypernova just needs to play their game and play it efficiently, as this Wyverns team is looking to just take away any opportunity they have. As we see Tank Pillow trying to take the ball out of their half, can't do it. Cream gonna send it away. Gets demoed by Jonesy on the way out. Jonesy gonna pass it middle for Hypernova. Tank Pillow taking his time. Jonesy gonna miss. Tank Pillow gonna miss. Beatree gonna turn on it. Take it down the other way. 50 out in the middle. Nobody there. Rilo and pinch. Jonesy gonna get a pinch downfield. And O'Caliber looking for a shot. Can't do it. Tank Pillow not gonna find it. Beatree gonna find a touch outside. Jonesy not gonna put it on target. Cream looking to get over O'Caliber. Can't do it. Cream looking for another shot. Can't get it to go. Beatree pass 1. Cream. And Jaegers, this is kind of the game we were wanting to see out of Hypernova. They're kind of controlling the pace, and they're making sure that, you know, Wyverns don't get any open looks off of their touches.
Yeah, I mean, the Wyverns started a lot faster this last round, and already I see Cream starting with the bumps, disrupting this Wyverns rotation. And at least for this first few minutes of this game, I mean, it seems like Hypernova has stayed on the Wyverns half. They just need to put some shots on target.
Yes. Shots indeed. as Beatree going to try and put it middle for somebody, can't get it to go. Rilo going to try and find a clear out, has 0. Kareem not going to be able to follow it up. Beatree getting it to Kareem. Kareem looking to pass it back middle. Nobody from the Hypernova squad. As we see Jonesy coming back down the other way, off the wall. Nobody in net. Rilo with the shot. Can't get it to go as Beatree with an amazing save on the back line. Kareem going to find the double, and it's back down in the Wyverns half. Something you need to see. Kareem gets the demo. Beatree looking for the shot. Over 1. Caliber with a great save. And Jaegers, this defense out of both sides just kind of going crazy right now.
No, they really are. This is a much different game than game 1. It seems like Hypernova kind of decides to like park the bus, do really well on defense. And Jonesy with a nice shot here, but Kareem with a better save. And what a defensive showing so far by Hypernova in this game too. Bending but not breaking, and the score line remains 0-0.
But here's the thing that you also have to think about is Hypernova playing to the skill of Wyverns, or are they gonna, and is it gonna crack after a couple games? It's just time will tell. Tank Pillow gonna put it to the middle. Kareem gonna save it away. Caliber gonna put it to the side. Beatree gonna try and take it back out. Can't get it to go. Kareem looking to get a save on the back line. Rilo putting it down for Tank. Tank gonna try to clear it away. Caliber there. Jonesy looking for Rilo in the corner. Rilo up. Looking for the redirect. Can't get it. Nobody from Wyverns touching it on target. Tank Pillow gonna take it away. Try to get it past Caliber. Caliber gonna take it back down the other way to Rilo leaves. Maybe he's gonna leave it right here. But Beatree gonna save it away. Kareem looking for the save. Can't get it to go. Tank Pillow trying to get it away out of danger for Hypernova. Kareem looking for a shot, can't get it to go. Looking for the double, can't get it. Jonesy gonna go back down the opposite way. Beatree gonna give it to Kareem. Kareem pops it up for Beatree. Beatree's looking for a touch. Caliber there just to save it away in Jaegers. This game is all defense, no offense. I'll say that, and Josie's gonna put it in.
You jinxed them, JP. You jinxed them, JP.
Curse.
Jonesy once again scoring, and I mean Hypernova were playing so well defensively, getting save after save, but the problem is you can't get a save if you're demolished. And the Wyverns obliged, taking out the last defender and putting their team up by 1 with only a minute left. Can Hypernova do anything? Can they have an answer? Only time will tell.
Kareem not going to be able to find a touch. Caliber going to get 50'd by Beatree. Tank Pillow going to try and keep it on their half. Gets a flip off 1. Jonesy going to clear it away. Beatree trying to take a little bit of time. Caliber's chasing the ball. Tank Pillow going to grab back boost. Go for this on the back wall. Gets it past 1. Can't get it past another. Rilo going to put it to the wall. Beatree there. Nobody back for Wyverns. As I say that, they regain. Caliber going to put it to the corner. Tank Pillow going to try to find the pass middle. Jonesy going to try and give it to Callie. He's going to go back to Kareem. Kareem looking for a shot. Beatree had the right idea, just couldn't get the demo. Tank Pillow going to get a 50 off Caliber. Rilo going to try and get over 1. Jonesy last back for Wyverns. Beatree trying to get it out. 5 seconds left. Something needs to happen now. 2 seconds. Kareem going to put it to the corner. Jonesy going to keep it alive. Caliber bumped. Somebody just needs to keep it alive for Hypernova, and it's just going to hit the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that was a completely different game than we saw in the last one, JP. More of a defensive battle. I mean, Wyverns were still shooting, except, let me do the math here. It looks like Hypernova just saved most of those shots.
8
One of the Wyverns shots went off the crossbar, and then the other one went in the back of the net. So, I mean, it's a good defensive showing for Hypernova. I do believe... I'm gonna say I think Hypernova takes this next one, and I mean I feel like Wyverns are gonna bring it back, take it in game 4, because I mean the balance is a little bit shifting. Hypernova is starting to play better. Maybe they didn't have as good of a warm up as Wyverns, and if they put a few shots on target, I think they could take this next game.
And that was the story of that last game. Not a lot of shots on target for Hypernova. They just need the shot numbers to go up. As we see Rilo going to put it down to the corner. Tank Pillow going to take it away. Going to try to find somebody mid. Kareem's in the middle. Unfortunately, not able to connect off the pass. Caliber gonna get dunked by B-Tree. B-Tree gonna get it to the corner. Rilo gonna take it away. 50 coming out from Tank. Rilo looking for the demo on Cream. Gets it. B-Tree gives it to Jonesy. Jonesy looking for another. Tank Pillow taking any opportunity away. Rilo trying to find it to the back wall. B-Tree gonna pass it middle. Jonesy right there. Jonesy can't take advantage of that situation. Tank Pillow gets a 50 off O'Caliber. Rilo gonna pop it back to the middle. Cream looking for a pass downfield. Shot downfield, sorry. B-Tree can't get it to go. Looking for another. Looking for the corner. Looking for one more. Can't get it there. And, you know, Jaegers, what's the key for them getting these shots on net? Because it's like, you know, they're getting passes across the field. They're getting the ball down the field. But it's just like they're not getting the shots they need across the middle. As I say that, O'Caliber going to take one and put it home. Wyverns up 1-0.
No, I mean, the difference is Wyverns are hitting their shots. Hypernova, they're freaking out a little bit. They're playing a little bit of boom ball. No one's taking possession. And I feel like the key to playing this game, the key to beating the Wyverns is to take possession, slow it down a bit. Because, I mean, right now, boom ball isn't going to get you anywhere.
No, boom ball definitely not the way to go. Tank Pill going to put it over the backboard. Kareem looking for a shot, and he's going to put one home, and Hypernova ties this game up.
Yeah, and just a nice shot by Cream off the pass from Tank Pillow. O'Caliber almost gets a touch there, but barely misses, and Hypernova ties this game up.
Here we go for the next kickoff. Kareem going to get a wave dash kickoff off. Jonesy not going to find the touch. B-Tree looking for one. Can't get it. Jonesy going to put it to the corner. Tank Pill going to find the demo. Try to get around one. Can't. Caliber going to give it out to B-Tree. B-Tree going to try and find somebody downfield. Kareem looking for a demo. Gets it on Jonesy. Not on Rilo. Rilo going to kick it downfield for Tank. Tank going to try and find a flick out towards the middle. B-Tree need to be there for the save as O'Caliber puts it to the sidewall. B-Tree going to take a clear out. Tank Pill not going to be able to find the touch. Jonesy going to find one. Can't find the second. Rilo back down the other way for Hypernova. B-Tree going to find it past one. Cream not in the middle, but Tank. Tank's looking for the shot. Can't get it to go. As we see Jonesy going to the corner. B-Tree going to try and find a shot on net. Jonesy almost taking it away from Rilo. B-Tree going to get it down. Cream passing back down the opposite way. Not something you want to see if you're Hypernova. But B-Tree going to get a clear out. Jonesy looking to put it middle. Nobody there for Hypernova. Kareem going to take it up. Tank can't get the touch out. And Jaegers, I hate to say this, but like I just feel like Hypernova can't get the ball out of their half. Like they have all the opportunity in the world to clear it away, and then it just doesn't go their way.
Yeah, they're really just not finding the touches they need. Cream going to take another shot, but Jonesy does well to hit it away. And I mean, anytime Hypernova does manage to get out of their half, I mean, it just gets promptly returned to sender by this Wyverns roster. They're not playing any games. They're just clearing the ball back. And, I mean, just so far, I mean, the game's tied right now, but Hypernova has not had an answer.
It just seems as Kareem going to put a shot on target that they just can't hit the ball where they need to. And O'Caliber with an unfortunate touch, looking for a shot there, can't get it to go. Rilo looking for one more, can't get it. Jonesy, Caliber's last back, gets a touch. Kareem going to pop it up to the ceiling. Tank Pillow looking for the shot, can't get it to go. As Rilo's going to put it back downfield. O'Caliber going to give it to the corner. B-Tree going to try to get it clear. Rilo back to the corner. Second touch going towards the net. Easy save away from Kareem. Tank Pill looking for Kareem upfield. Kareem going off wall. Caliber there to take it away. And this Wyverns team is, I feel like, controlling the game as of right now. They're everywhere they need to be. They just can't put the shot on target, and that's something they need to do if they want to win this game. Game 3. Sorry.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel like Hypernova messed with their rotations a little bit, not starting a prospect lineup and playing the majority of their last few games with the novice, because I mean you can't bring the novice into the playoffs no matter how well you play together. I have seen quite a few double commits from this Hypernova side that were detrimental to how they played in this game. They still have a chance. Game's still tied. They still have that little bit of life, but I can't help but feel like maybe if they played a bit more with their full roster, then their rotations would just be that much better.
Honestly, that is probably true. You hate to see it when a team can't, show up to every game and you have to use sub-ups, whatever. But Jumbo gonna find a shot on target and Beatree gonna save it away. Big save from Hypernova. Pass back to the middle. Nobody there for either team, and we're gonna go into overtime on game 3. And like we were saying, it's hard when your team can't show up for the majority of the games and you have to use those sub-ups, and you want your team to be there just so you can get that chemistry. As we see Caliber looking to get one past everybody, can't get it to go. Rilo looking for the double. Beatree gonna send it away. Back towards the middle. Cream gonna send it away. Jonesy trying to find something. Cream gets it over one. Jonesy, however, finding a pass back to the side. Beatree gonna take it to the wall. He's gonna try and find one. Can't get it to go. Cream gonna try and send it downfield. Caliber not gonna try to take the shot. Rilo looking for the pass. Past Tank Pillow. Can't do it. Tank Pillow going to follow it up as Cream's going to follow it up to the corner. Tank Pillow going to get a 50 straight down for Hypernova. No way they can get a shot off of that. Beatree going to try and find a clear out. Caliber, they're right there. Rilo looking for Jonesy. Jonesy not going to be able to turn fast enough. Cream looking for the 50, gets it past one. Rilo going to take possession. Gets a flick over one. Jonesy turning. Unfortunate, Rilo couldn't get up in the air fast enough for that one. Rilo gonna pass it to Caliber, all right off the crossbar. Jonesy looking for another shot, can't get it to go. And Jaegers, this is the Wyverns you want to see. This is the Wyverns that you want to see for their shooting and just their pass plays coming across the middle.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is the Wyverns I expected to see here today. And that being said, I mean, this Hypernova roster has outshot the Wyverns in this last game. The Wyverns doing whatever they can to keep this a tied ball game. The roles almost flipped, but just from looks wise, the perspective wise, it looks like the Wyverns have been the better team, even though Hypernova has been putting up a better stat line in this game 3. And Beatree one-on-one situation, but Jonesy going to hit it away, keep this game 3 sweep alive.
Beatree just not having a great touch on the backside. Cream gonna be able to win that foot race to get back. Pass coming out from Rilo, nobody there. Beatree trying to get it around Jonesy, can't do so. Jonesy looking for redirect, can't get it to go. Caliber, last back for Wyverns as Rilo got demoed. Caliber gonna put it to the other side. Beatree and Cream over there. Nobody back from Wyverns. Jonesy gonna clear to the other side. Tank Pillow looking to come in, try to get a 50, can't do so. Beatree gonna take mid boost, pass it back to Cream. Cream not gonna be able to touch this. Beatree trying not to give it to Rilo right in the middle. Jonesy gonna get a shot over target. Cream in the net. Can't get it to go for Wyverns. Caliber took it away from Jonesy, and you hate to see that, but Rilo's going to put a shot on target, and Wyverns are going to get away with a murder right there as Caliber almost threw that away.
It was going to happen eventually with that offense, but I mean, Caliber just didn't want Jonesy to be the last shot there. That's all it was. Jonesy had been outscoring him, and Caliber took offense to it. And I mean, the Wyverns gonna punch their tickets to the playoffs against number 2 Minotaurs and Hypernova. Gonna have that second life, that lifeline, and they're going to be playing the winner of Faded versus Ember on, I believe Ember versus Faded is on Wednesdays, so that should be a good one as well.
Yes, it will be definitely a good one. Wyverns, a well-deserved 3-0 win right there. As we see Minotaurs coming up to play Wyverns, it might be an you never know. It could be a scare for this Minotaurs team as Wyverns kind of played well, through the first 2 games. And then, last game they were able to, take their time and win it out when they needed to. It's definitely going to be a sight to see coming up in the next couple weeks.
No, it definitely is. I mean, Wyverns have a ton of potential. Like the way, I don't know, Rilo's skill is top tier, at least in prospect. I think he hit at least GC2 this season, so he's peaking at the right time in playoffs. And we do have a little time before the next match, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yes.
JP, looking at these playoffs, who are your pick to win the playoffs? I'm talking whole team,
Whole team,
whole playoffs.
whole
Who
playoff.
you got?
You know, I would love to say Velocity because they're my teams, well, part of my teams.
Realistic.
But realistically, honestly, Origin has been a scary team this season. They won the regular season, and they've just been on a tear recently. I think they are probably going to be my choice for grand finals and win it. Yeah.
Who you got facing them?
I like that team with Sage. I think the Warhawks go and face them in the grand finals.
I agree. I think it's gonna be Origin Warhawks. I mean, I could see Minotaurs making it up there. Potentially that. I'm just really excited for whatever this the semifinals on the right side of the bracket is.
It's definitely going to be a sight to see. I would love, in a dream scenario, I would love to see Wyverns versus Velocity in that semifinal game. That would be icing on the cake for me.
Look, that is very possible. Warhawks are a very good team, but I mean, if you play them the right way, anything's possible. And on the left side, I mean, it's just I don't know. This is probably one of the most competitive Nemesis seasons yet. I feel like we do say that most of the seasons, but I really feel like it's the case here. I really do feel like any team could win. There's no clear-cut favorite here.
Yeah. We have a couple of teams that are just right above the bell curve, and then we have the bell curve, and then we have the teams that are just right below the bell curve, and they're not even that far off. And it's definitely going to be a race to the finish line. That's for sure.
It is, and only time will tell who we see in the grand finals.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm hyped for it. I know the viewers are. I know you are, JP.
Yes.
And we got a little bit of time, so I do think we're gonna go to break.
Yes. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
See ya.
I still wake at the sound of when the rain hits the ground. 'Cause it sounds just like you when you cried in my room with his kiss on your mouth. How dare you say you're sorry and say I'm still the one? How dare you say you love me with his kiss still on your tongue? I'm not happy. And I'll live happy never after. Happy never after. Echoes not an answer. Happy never after. Now I ain't the wind when it touches my skin. 'Cause it feels just like you when you held me. I knew 'cause you smell just like him. How dare you say you're sorry and say I'm still the one? How dare you say you love me with his kiss still on your tongue? I'm not happy. And I'll live happy never after. Happy never after. Echoes not an answer. Happy never after. I'm not happy. I'm so sorry for the signs that I ignored. I'm so sorry for the signs that I ignored. I'm so sorry for the signs that I ignored. I'm so sorry for. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I'll live happy never after. Happy never after. Echoes not an answer. Happy never after. And I'll live happy never after. Happy never after. Echoes not an answer. Happy never after. I'm not happy. Girl, I feel like Sleepy Hollow, the way I lost my head, and I feel like I would follow anything that you said. Yeah, I feel like Sleepy Hollow. I lost my head, I lost my head. I'm your marionette, you hold all the strings. I'm not even upset, I like you holding me. I'm knocked out of my head, and girl, you're swallowing the key. Clocked out, I'm brain dead. It's just the things you do to me. Is it total vacancy? Oh, when you're kissing me, I know that you're my last track, the part of me. And I feel like Novocaine when you walk into the room. If this is going insane, at least I like the view. When I feel like Novocaine, when I'm with you, when I'm with you, yeah. I'm your marionette, you hold all the strings. I'm not even upset, I like you holding me. I'm knocked out of my head, and girl, you're swallowing the key. Clocked out, I'm brain dead. It's just the things you do to me. out of my head. And girl, you're swallowing the key. I'm clocked out, I'm brain dead. It's just the thing you do to me. Is it so to make you see? Oh, when you're kissing me, I know that you're my last track, a part of me.
Left me in this mess, I'm falling. Heaven knows. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
Here at DFH Stadium, the ball bounces higher and everyone's game is heightened to a new level. Alongside Mallow, I am Vexy Lad, your play-by-play caster, and today we have the last play-in of the rival league. Pineapples, Hydra, play-in. Win, you're in. Lose, you still got a second chance, but you're playing someone off a hot streak. Mallow, Pineapples, and Hydra, who you got today, my friend?
You know, I watched Pineapples play earlier this season, and, you know, I liked how Adala and Shun played, but, you know, you can't go against Hydra, so this is going to be a real tough matchup. It can go either way. You know, we could see a 3-2, we could see a 3-1, but they're going to be close, just like all of the games have been this entire night. All of these 4 or 5 minute overtimes ending it out. So for me, I think it's going to be a 3-2 at least. You know, you want to go by the script, right? 3-2 Pineapples is what I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely what the script do be saying, but my script actually has an altercation saying Hydra will pull this out in a clean 4 games, but, you know, let's let the editors fix that one on itself, as all the players have now joined the lobby. But some little bit of background here before we get started. As we know, Hydra the higher seed with an 11-7 record, and Pineapples following close behind with 10-8. Some notable players for each side. Lewis, the highest ranked MMR player, with 1.82 saves on the average for the season. One of the highest in rival league. The leading goal scorer for this team is Squintle with 0.83 goals per game. And on the other side of Pineapples, Crafty averaging a 1.15 goals per game. The player to watch on the offensive end. You got to take the ball out of his hands if he's shooting. But Aqua, the defensive master, balances them on both sides with 2.11 saves per game. Pineapples are very balanced. They can definitely win at any time. Just a matter of, can they stop Hydra's all-around attack?
Yeah, and one of the things you want to note about this is that both of these teams have very good records. They're 11-7 for Hydra, 10-8 for Pineapples. The Central Division for the rival league had a very strong showing this season, so that put a lot of interesting situations when it came to the play-ins and playoffs. And so here we are now, number 7 and number 8 seed with these good records, and it's going to be a banger.
It's definitely going to be a banger. And I saw Sandsbars in chat. I definitely don't like the Bruins. You saw all my stickers in my background. Just the worst fan of all time. But anyways, back to the game here. Lewis out towards the midfield. Crafty gets a 50, and Swintle will save it on the back line. Almost an immediate chance there for the Pineapples. Proven Mallow proud, but doesn't quite go in the net. Adola over to Squintle. Squintle now trying to drive it towards that right wall. Can't get it past the defense. Chipmunk to Squintle! Down the pipe! And Hydra leads by 1.
What a pass by Chipmunk, sending it up to Squintle. Squintle able to jump off the wall, smack it to the center left side, out of Adola's reach, and Aqua just had to watch it go in.
Aqua had no chance on that one. Hydra, we talked about it in the pregame, that they have an all-around presence on both sides of the ball. And Pineapples is the same way, but the attack from Hydra too strong there. As now Crafty going towards that sidewall. Squintle. It's beat up by Adola. Chipmunk will try to pass it to Luis. Luis, a little bit awkward on the backflip. Aqua throwing it off the back wall, passing it back to Crafty. Crafty crossing the field, turning on the ball here, now working it in the corner. Ball's looming on the goal line, and Luis will have to get the 50 away. Squintle, the dunk. Adola, the routine save. Aqua now is going to dribble it across the field to get it out of harm's way. Mallowworth about 2 minutes into game 1, and it's been all Hydra.
Yeah, welcome to the rival league, though. The level right below Titan. You're going to see some good passing. You're going to see some good demos and some good bumps to get your team into position. And these guys are ready to play, and we're seeing it right here.
They're definitely ready to play the GC2, GC3 range. These guys know how to play the game just a little bit more than most. Aqua throwing it off the back wall, but can't quite get there as Squintle denies Crafty, maybe to a teammate, no one home. Chipmunk now on that left side wall. Right side wall, rather. Crafty towards the middle. The fake of a lifetime! We're tied at 1!
Goodness! Oh, what a fake. Just played him like an absolute fiddle. Aqua just saying, let's go ahead and tie this up with half of the game to go, and ooh, I'm already liking what I'm seeing in this game.
I'm already telling myself that this could go either way. Hopefully my prediction is right, and I've seen the channel point counter for Hydra, and it's whoppingly lopsided in favor of Hydra. I don't know the exact amount. I think it's actually 110,000 to 11. So hopefully it pans out for those people, and Lewis trying to help them out with the channel points.
Yeah, right now I think it's going that direction, right? Isn't that what the blue is? The blue is Hydra. Yeah, the blue is Hydra, and they're giving chat some easy points to think about, but it's definitely nowhere near over as we continue this game.
Pineapple's definitely not out of it. We talked about their 2 crucial players having major impacts on both sides of the ball. Looking for them to get more involved in this one if they want to win. But Rocket League's a collective team effort. Lewis the Chipmunk denied by Adola on the back line. And we still have a 2-1 game. Pineapples stay in striking distance. Squintle dunks it over Aqua. Adola now will try to retrieve the ball, just puts it over, slightly over the midline. Chipmunk leaving it for Crafty. Crafty looking for the double, can't get there. Squintle dumping in the offensive zone, trying to get that zone time up. Adola will say no. Lewis leaving it for Crafty. Crafty, and he scores on the far side. The Pineapples tie it again.
Just stole it right off the top of. Well, that wasn't on the top, but just dunked the absolute mess out of Squintle there. I was trying to find the right words because it was just so unreal. But this is Rival, and this is what you would kind of expect to an extent because this is the near cream of the crop.
Definitely at the almost pinnacle, no pun intended there, of Nemesis Gaming League. 2-2 here, heading into the final minute. Lewis, the long bomb out of the zone. Lewis again touching it towards the back wall. Crafty will push it out of harm's way. Chipmunk beats out one defender. Can he beat out the second? No. Aqua going the other way with it. Aqua, back wall, and Squintle will intercept the initial play. Lewis lying in wait at the midfield. Adola will air dribble it from his own back wall, leaving it for Aqua. Aqua towards the corner, maybe for Adola, no. Lewis, a long bomb away. We got 15 seconds here. Anything can happen in these final 15. Squintle will intercept, has a one-on-one with Aqua. Aqua will clear it away. Under 10 here. Ball still hovering in that pineapple zone. 0 seconds. Ball hits the floor, and we have OT. Chipmunk down the field, and Squintle can't get there for the doink. Overtime is upon us here in game number 1. And right now, Pineapples seem to be on the back foot. I see the ball in their zone all the time. They need to get some more hard clears out, play better in transition, because that's where every team, I feel like, can do better in transitional offense. If you don't know what I mean by that, is that transitioning from defense to offense, how well can you do that? And right now, that is the key to this series for me. Lewis, over to Chipmunk, denied by Adola. Lewis, popping it off the sidewall. Teammate nowhere to be found. Crafty, trying to dump it over the midline, denied by Squintle. Aqua now. Aqua popping it up. Shots on target!
No way.
Lewis will have to clear it out towards his left. A lot of close calls for Hydra when Pineapples do get a chance, Mallow.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about transitioning. The one person I'd love, and I was just about to say his name too. I was just about to say the one person who I would love to see transition from defense to offense is Adola, because Adola had all of the saves, one shot, maybe 0 shots, and didn't have any goals. He was the guy leading that team, and then right at the end there, he just knocked it in to get that overtime victory.
Well, Pineapples from Adola Heroics will win game number 1 by a score of 3-2. Definitely what Mallow expected, not what I expected initially, but it's going to be interesting here how game 2 shapes up. Hydra on the back foot already. So we'll see how they respond here to adversity, but Mallow, does that change anything for you and your predictions?
No, absolutely not. I think it's going to go either way. It's going to be a close matchup, and we saw it there with game 1 going into overtime. So it's not going to change my prediction at all.
I definitely do think Pineapples, though, were in distress for most of that game, just capitalized on more opportunities than Hydra. Game 2 underway from the train station that we know as Urban Central. Crafty throwing it off the back wall for Adola, denied by Squintle. And that's the first save of the game to get started with this madness. Aqua gets denied by Lewis. Crafty back pass to Adola. What a play, and Lewis will get save credit. Aqua now trying to retrieve, double touch, and Squintle will clear it out. Another shot on, denied by Chipmunk, and Squintle again will clear it out of harm's way, which is the box. Adola, right on that midfield line, misses the initial touch. Lewis will try to capitalize. 0 boost to his name, gets denied right in that corner, but Squintle will help him out. Squintle over to Chipmunk. Chipmunk trying to get it past Crafty. He can't do so. Leaves it for Luis. Luis passing to Squintle in the corner. Squintle has to bomb it away. Chipmunk can't quite get there for the third touch. Adola off the pass from Aqua. Can't find any netting. And Squintle will start the attack for Hydra. Most people's favorite in this game, rightfully so. Higher seed, better record. What's wrong with picking them? I'll tell you what's wrong. They're down 1-0 here initially in this play-in. Even if they lose it, they still have an extra chance, but not where you want to be. Playing the 1 seed in the first round of the playoffs. You'd rather have a quote-unquote easier matchup, but I am a firm believer if anybody can beat anybody, but Lewis denies the shot on from the Pineapples again, and we stay scoreless, Mallow.
Yeah, Luis just doing an absolute amount of massive amount of defense there with the saves, and I think I've heard that name being said like 2 or 3 different ways, and I'm not quite sure what the actual pronunciation is, but if we're gonna talk about this man, we better make sure we get it right, because we're gonna have to put some respect on his name, as Crafty just goes right into the goal with that little dribble air shot there, because that's how I talk about things. Luis, for sure, is going to be a big person on Hydra.
I'm pretty sure people are saying Lewis in chat, but I'm not sure if that's 100. I don't know. I'll go with Lewis since I saw it a bunch of times in chat. I think that's what we're going to go with. Lewis.
Luis.
Luis?
Luis. I don't know. I think we're being fancy.
All right, it doesn't
here.
matter. All right, Luis. Okay, Luis. Luis going up for the ball, trying to put it in the corner for some offensive pressure. Can't quite do so, as the Pineapples defender will clear it out. Squintle throws it over to Aqua. Aqua will try to deny, but Squintle will take his touch for a flip reset into the net. It's 1-1 Hydra off a beauty from Squintle.
Oh, man. Squintle just doing it all right there, and Adala just he just didn't know what to do. He just didn't know what to do there.
My man said, no chance. That's what you got.
All right.
And Luis now trying to cut off the ball. Can't do so. Squintle going the other way with it. Crafty. A little bit caught up there in the missed jump. A little chaos in the middle. Found out by Aqua. Squintle saves off Crafty, and the ball will float out middle again. Aqua now towards that right side wall. Ceiling pinches it. Crafty will try to cut it off. Save from Luis. And Chipmunk will slightly tap it out to Luis to get the ball out of harm's way. Squintle, the routine save. Gonna set it up here. Has some space, and Crafty will deny on the near post. Luis passing. Aqua will tip it towards that corner. Adola right towards the middle. That could have been detrimental. But the game stays tied. Pineapples playing their best on the back end. We talked about them being all around. Right now they're playing defensive heavy to make sure Hydra cannot get a goal on them. Aqua towards that sidewall, leaves it for nobody. Lewis trying to capitalize with Squintle. It goes short side off the post. Crafty gonna try to go the length of the field, can't do so. Aqua, a little bit of a weird aerial there, can't get it past Squintle. Adola still working on that left side wall for him. Crafty to Aqua, 30 seconds remaining here. Squintle in his own left defensive corner. He backflips off the wall. Adola will 50. Ball squirts right out to Chipmunk, and Crafty gets that long clear away. Luis denied by Enola. Adola for the routine save. Aqua on target. Chipmunk gets the save. Crafty will keep it in. 5 seconds remaining here. Adola can't get it past Luis. Luis going the other way. Plenty of boost to his name. Has some space. Gonna throw it off the back wall for Chipmunk for the win. And Adola, again, we'll say ball's still in the air. Adola throws it off the ceiling to Luis. And the ball hits the floor, and we have overtime.
Oh, Luis was like, no, we're going to let this end. We're going to go into overtime. We're going to settle this very quickly. And Crafty is saying, yes, we will, but not for you. Oh, almost anyway. And, oh, man. that was an intense minute and a half there, and I don't see that ending anytime soon.
Definitely not ending anytime soon. Adola misses a crucial aerial. Luis trying to bomb it down and away. Crafty says no. Crafty another 50 at the midline. Squintle will pop it up to his boy Chipmunk. Chipmunk down in that left corner. Crafty on the goal line, not challenging, but gets the save anyway. Squintle going for the double, decides to fake. Luis, the Squintle can't get there. Chipmunk denied by Adola, and the game stays at 1 apiece in overtime. Hydra trying to get the 1-1 series score, and if Pineapples win this, they go up 2-0 in a crucial play in series, and that would be probably one of the bigger upsets of the day. Aqua can't get there. Crafty crossing the crease. Chipmunk will pick it up. Aqua throws it off the ceiling. Crafty denied by Luis. Luis over to Chipmunk. Chipmunk trying to pass it back, but can't quite get enough power on it. Aqua, a chance. Chipmunk, the denial. Adola, midfield. Squintle again clearing it out. I've called his name so many times on defense, it's almost just like automatic. If there's a defensive stop, it's Squintle. Absolutely denying Pineapples of any sort of chances. Right there, he gets beat out, but that's very rare on his part. Aqua, the touch to his own corner. Pops it off the ceiling. Squintle, the 50. Chipmunk will also 50 at the midfield. Has a chance, shoots it wide. Off the post area, Aqua will get a touch on it out. Luis got a wide open chance, shoots it under, but Aqua will get down in time. Aqua going the other way with it here. Goes for the doink. Luis will have to clear it out alongside his teammates. Adola, a little bit awkward, but makes it work to get it out of the slot. Aqua, air dribbling. 2.5 minutes in overtime play. Score still tied at 1. We know the, I'm trying to think of the word here, implications on this game are so high. It will definitely change the momentum of this series. Adola denied again by the Hydra defense. Aqua, air dribble, wide open shot, and the 50 will go in. The Pineapples win game 2 in a thriller, 3-minute overtime.
Oh my! What a good 50 there by Aqua, making sure that ball was going to go in. Squintle, you mentioned it, one of the main defensive people on Hydra there, but just not enough. They were playing. It almost seems like they were playing too much defense and not enough offense. Especially when you look at the scoreboard there. We got 17 shots for Pineapples versus 5 shots for Hydra, but the score says it's 2-1. So the 14 saves by Hydra, just insane. I don't know what the record is, but that almost sounds like it could be close to a record. I don't know if it's...
That sounds a little bit higher. I think it actually... That could be. Gallium, can we have a fact check on that? Okay. Gallium will get back to us if that is a record.
Yeah, because oh my goodness. Yeah, that I know we've had some high saving games in Nemesis, especially on the higher league. So to see that and to really only be losing by 1 in overtime, you can't get down as Hydra. You just got to figure out, okay, what do we need to do to break and be offensive? What do we need to do to be aggressive? How do we do this to get on the offensive side of things and start putting balls in goals?
Yeah, definitely. And also, Pineapples putting up 17 shots on the day also will not help out Hydra. I think that is also pretty high on the record scale, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how high it would be. But anyways, Game 3 is upon us in the Coliseum. Chaos will definitely ensue. Pineapples 2-0 lead to everyone's surprise, except for the loyal Pineapples fans. And this game is well underway by now. Luis trying to get the ceiling shot. Crafty will get the clear. Aqua! Are you kidding me? Chipmunk the save, but Crafty will sweep the broom and clean it up. 1-0 Pineapples.
All right, so Crafty's new nickname is the Janitor because he just cleaned that goal up. What a fantastic attempt on defense there, but just not enough, and Crafty was able to score that in.
Well, Hydra, we just got word, was one save off of the record, so second all-time save performance performed by Hydra. What a feat, but obviously the W is more important. But going back to the Aqua setup and the Crafty goal, great awareness from Crafty to just pot that through, clean up his teammate. But if Aqua shot that a little two inches higher, that would have been probably the goal of the play-in my opinion. Squintle crossing the field. Gets it past Aqua, but will change corners now. Doesn't like the left corner. He's going to go to the right corner. Chipmunk will pick it up, throwing it towards the middle for Luis, denied by Aqua. And the game stays 1-0 in favor of the Pineapples. You can see Hydra's trying anything and everything, but nothing is going their way. They just keep getting denied at big crucial moments that can change the momentum of this game by Pineapples, and it's just a credit to their defensive masterclass they are putting on, even though the numbers don't speak for it. Lewis, the air dribble, or Aqua, the clear. Here goes Adola. Adola trying to clear it up out that right side wall, can't seem to do so. Squintle trying to get the aerial play. Crafty in his own offensive corner. Lewis will clear on the near post. Adola double touching off the wall, misses. Crafty will pick it up and leave it for Squintle. Squintle trying to ball out the entire Pineapples defense. Instead gets a 50 towards that left corner. Chipmunk now will try to chase. Leaves it for Lewis. Lewis to Squintle, still working in that right offensive corner. Chipmunk will try to drop it down. Adola will clear. Pineapples just have to run out the clock, essentially, but would like some insurance goals. Aqua shoots it low on the ground. Luis going the other way with it, denied by Crafty. Going to that right offensive corner. Now Adola looking to go back across the field here. Just playing ping pong on what side of the field we're on in this minute. Crafty had a chance but missed. Squintle has got some space but gets demoed by Adola to neutralize the attack. Chipmunk, the ceiling shot denied by Crafty. Squintle denied again by the opposition. What a defensive performance from Pineapples.
Oh yeah, it's such a good series here happening. Oh, whew, I thought that was in there. Whew, Crafty almost had a goal there on the backboard, or the double touch there. Pineapples is continuing where they left off last game, just putting on the shots, and Hydra, they need to find something, and they need to find something quick.
And Hydra need it now. I put 30 channel points on Hydra. I want a big payout, but Pineapples are just dominating on all facets. Adola's got a chance. Ball looming towards the middle, and the janitor himself, Crafty. Not a crafty goal, but a simple one. 2-0 Pineapples in the final minute 5.
Yeah, Crafty was there and just got the goal in there. It was just straight up simple. No one was there to defend it, and Pineapples has been a complete shocker with this series, because I would have expected more of a series from Hydra here, but we're not seeing this, and I don't know if we're going to be able to see a game 4 as we see a third goal by Aqua come in.
That's a give up goal right there if I ever see one, Mallow. Like Aqua, that was just that was saved by Squintle in any other minute besides the final minute down 2-0. Hydra is just not playing up to standard.
Oh, there's another one.
And there's another one.
Hat trick.
Mr. Janitor with the hattie. You can see the hats flying all over the field in the Coliseum. And you can see the Pineapples are just being eaten by all the fans because they know that Pineapples will be the 7th seed heading into the playoffs, and if I'm not mistaken, they will be facing. And as soon as I try to look it up, Hydra will get their first goal of the match, finally showing some offense, but it's not going to matter, Mallow.
Yeah, it's not going to. Barring some miracle, I think the Pineapples have this sweep in check here, and it's rival. It could happen. It's very unlikely, but being in the upper leagues here, you don't see very many throws, with a three goal lead with about 18 seconds left. So, Hydra's going to get one more chance on Saturday or sometime later this week, I believe it is. And then I don't know who they face or who they may possibly face.
I know who they face.
But
no, you mean Hydra? I thought you meant Pineapples. But anyways,
yeah, Hydra.
Pineapples win game number 3 and complete the broomsticks, the big broomsticks of a sweep. 4-1, your final score in game number 3. And that's a wrap for me and Mallow. Pineapples move on to become the 7th seed and will face Gravelords in the first round of the Rival League playoffs. Hydra will either face Kings or Blaze. And it's going to be a tough road if they want to even think about playing Knights in the first round. But looking at the bracket here as we just shown on screen, yeah, as you can see, it's going to be Hydra moving into playing match number 3, do or die, to go and play Knights. But if I'm a Pineapples fan, man, get your pineapples out and start just absolutely cherishing them because they are in the playoffs.
Yeah, and what I would like to see with that is some very controversial here, but some pineapples on some pizza.
Oh, get out of here! Boo! Boo!
Some pineapples on some pizza because they are coasting right into the playoffs, and they're going to put up a fight, and we're going to go to Wednesday and Saturday and see who else is going to complete this picture.
Yeah, we'll see on Saturday who else will fill in the top 8 of every single lead. I'll slide the pineapples on pizza just because pineapples won. If pineapples lost and you still said that, never casting with you again. Sorry about that. Filing a complaint to HR, aka Gallium, but yeah. Enough jokes aside, pineapples, your winners. Nemesis late night, it's 11:12 Eastern time. I know we're all tired, but it's always a good time casting and watching Nemesis Rocket League. Some of the best out there. And yeah, that's it for me and Mallow. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. A long one at that. We'll be back tomorrow, actually, with 2 more games. It's going to be a fun one. Me and Mallow from Nemesis Gaming are out. Peace, guys.